Welcome to Legion of Myths Game Master Insight. Tonight, our panel of seasoned tabletop RPG veterans dives headfirst into personal stories, bold expectations, and powerful insights. Get ready to ignite your imagination and elevate your next gaming session. All right, welcome to Legion of Myths Game Master Insight. I am your host, John Maxley-Oshlow, and I am truly grateful you are with us for tonight's discussion. I can't get my screens to line up here, so bear with me one second. You know what, screw you then. I hate Windows 11 sometimes. Game Master Insight is a forum where our panelists share experiences, ideas, and advice on tonight's topics of players vetting GMs and GMs vetting players, highlighting their unique perspective and expectations. And I sincerely hope you enjoy the conversation. A special shout out, as always, to our first-time viewers. I really hope you enjoy this video. Share it with your friends and come back again. This is going to be a weird one tonight, and I'll explain that in just a moment. For that, please consider supporting Legion of Myth through the links in the live stream's description. Rumble rants and super chats of less than $20 I will read at the end of each segment. $20 or more, I will interrupt the segment to read your rant or chat as immediately as I can. And $50 or more, I will take a drink in your name, and you can force the panel to answer any oh my God, not table. I'm not from Minnesota anymore. Tabletop-related question. Tabletop RPG related question. Words are apparently painful for me tonight. Of your choice, right then and there. And of course, if we reach $100 or more in super chats or Rumble rants, there will be a $100 Palladium Bookstore drive-through RPG gift card giveaway during the Victor segment tonight. We're going to call it the Victor segment tonight, portion of the show towards the end of the live stream. Legion of Myth YouTube members and Rumble subscribers, as well as tonight's super chatters and Rumble ranters, have the opportunity to win, but you must be watched at the time of the giveaway to claim your victory, else it rolls over to next week. Legion of Myth moderators will time out or even ban people who attack any panelist or chatter. Attack the arguments, not the person, and keep your various social media beefs off of my show. Please like this video, subscribe to all the panelist channels found in the description, and thank you for your support. Now, let me get this off the screen, and you'll see right off the bat why things are weird tonight. Look at that. Hey, what's that up in the corner next to you, Max? So before we meet our guests, let me explain this. Tonight is day 3. It's the semifinals of the Minnesota State High School Hockey Tournament. Normally, in years past, I don't schedule a live stream for today. I was a dum-dum and did. Double whammy, my hometown starts playing at 6 o'clock tonight. So go Ponies. That's right. I'm from Stillwater, Minnesota. Stillwater won the first game, beating Andover, and they're in the semifinals against St. Thomas Academy. And so while there won't be any volume, it is going to be right there on the screen. So I have a little bit of a view, and if I'm distracted and ignore these fools down here, where'd Randy go? Randy, come back. Why did you do that? Why do you leave?
I was screwing around with something.
You hate hockey that much? Anyway, so yes, honestly, though, I'm not going to ignore these guys. They don't deserve that. But for the purposes of the live stream, I might miss some chat. And hopefully I don't do that. Let's actually put that there. There we go. But if I do, sorry, super chats will still be read. You know how it goes. I just want to put that announcement out there because I just couldn't cancel tonight. That wouldn't have been fair to these guys. And I made the mistake. It was on me. So now I get to do double duty of trying to watch hockey and talking to these guys about what could be a pretty important subject for some of you out there if you want to have fun at your table. So let's meet our GMI panelists. We have back with us again, Ultra TTRPG, also known as Hunter. First, introduce yourself briefly. Tell us what products you create, if you do, or media, and your tabletop RPG experience. And I swear to God, I'm going to learn how to talk tonight.
So once again, I am Hunter, aka the Ultra American TTRPGer, where I talk about TTRPGs, the culture war, and sometimes the two collide together for whatever topic I want to choose about for today. Again, late bloomer of the TTRPG hobby, been playing since 2019. Started with Powered by the Apocalypse, now going into OSR and white box style gaming. But I enjoy my TTRPGs nonetheless. I'm not that picky like many people are. So.
Okay. Next to him, we have Crispy. Please introduce yourself and briefly tell us what products or media you create and your tabletop RPG experience.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm Crispy. I had my start in role-playing games in 1986 with the Robotech RPG. I've played a wide variety of games since then. I've run a weekly in-person game for the past 18 years without interruption. My YouTube channel is @TableRunner, and I share on that channel my passion for role-playing, especially in character style of role playing, sometimes called 4D role play. And on that same channel, you'll also find where I've posted gameplay sessions where I'm both a player and a GM. This is my third appearance on Game Master Insights. Thanks.
Yeah, you're like a veteran now, man.
Yeah, yeah.
We're gonna get you a combat ribbon soon.
That's right. I have an achievement unlocked, I think.
And for the first time on Game Master Insight, not the first time hanging out with us, but the first time on Game Master Insight, we have. Can we still call you one half of Biggest Geekus? Is that still a thing, or
I think you should say formerly. I think
formerly of the biggest part of the Geekus?
That's a fact.
We have Randy. Please introduce yourself. Briefly tell us what products or media you create and your tabletop RPG experience.
Yeah, my name is Randy Nichols. I have created a total sum of one adventure, which you still can find on Big Geek Emporium for as long as it's going. I'm not sure how long that will be. I'm kind of out of that. But I used to be one half of Biggest Geekus, longtime gamer, 40 plus years, D&D, all versions except 4th edition. And currently just finished a 3-year campaign of Savage Worlds, kind of my own homebrew sort of thing. So yeah, lots of gaming.
All right. Sorry, I just the game should have started by now, or at least the broadcast should have started by now, and it's not. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. All right. So now that we've met our guests, let me get that off the screen, go to this over here, and get to our question. So the topic for tonight is vetting players and game masters. And our first segment is going to be on why do you vet the people at your gaming table? And we're going to start with Ultra TTRPGer. So real quickly, I mean, come on, isn't gaming for everyone? Why is it important to vet players? Just let everybody sit at your table.
So if you were to ask me that question when I first started playing games, I would have said yes right off the bat. Like, it doesn't matter race, gender, heck, if you're a human, animal, I don't care at this point. If I would have said anyone, if you're at least a decent person, you're not going to argue with me, you're welcome to sit at my table. But as the years have gone on now, my tune has definitely changed a lot with what's been going on. Because, well, one, gatekeeping is good. That's something I have begun to learn now, especially after, yep, that's right, Randy. Especially after several incidents that I've had to deal with over the years, and I will probably get into those as we get into some of the other questions. But also, someone else said this, that TTRPGs are for anyone, but not for everyone. So anyone can play a TTRPG, but not everyone can just play a TTRPG with you. So that's why it's what I believe, even if you're just playing online like I've done, like I've mostly done online play, it's still a good thing to at least get to know the people that you're going to run the game for, or the people you're going to play alongside with, and just ask yourself, are these people that I want to run a game for, or that I want to play beside, or am I just going to be miserable the entire time, basically?
Is there a specific quality you look for that convinces you someone will be a strong contributor to your table?
For me, I think I look for someone who's active, kind of into the game. Like I'm not expecting them to be go full in character all the time, but it's like they're taking an active role. They're coming up with ideas with what they're doing. And again, they don't have to do every single one, but if they're contributing even a little bit of everything to the game, that's a good person, I think, to have at your table. Is just, even if you get people one person's good with the role playing, another person is good with coming up with the ideas, and you just get a little mix of everything, that can work too.
Okay. No, I'll save a couple of those. You guys have anything you want to address with Ultra?
I had one question, but Randy, do you want to go first? Or
No, go ahead.
So should we just Ultra? Is that best? I should just call you that, or what should I? That's not the question I had, but what?
Everyone calls me Ultra, so that's
all right. So
sorry,
Ultra.
You asked your one. You're done.
That was it. Sorry. You said that a little bit of everything can work. How do you balance those that are looking for different things from the game?
Okay, so I guess I need to clarify is when I say a little bit everything can work, I mean what people can bring to the table. Because again, someone can be good with, someone's good at the role playing, another one's good coming up with ideas. When it comes to the gaming, it just really depends on what everyone wants to play at that time, because you could have someone that wants to be a fantasy, that's mainly done fantasy type stuff. They're not going to be good for necessarily a superhero game. So it really just depends on the type of game you're playing as well, I think. So
That answer your
I'm
question?
sorry, I don't know if that answered your question or not.
Yeah,
So
no, it does. I was just curious because there can be, people that want something different. They want more of a war game style versus, but you're talking not so much about the style of game, if I understand your answer correctly, because the style of game is something that everyone collectively has decided on. It's just their particular aptitudes within the hobby itself. Like, so someone has an aptitude towards one thing versus another, but we've all decided we're going to play superheroes, or we've all decided we're going to play fantasy or sci-fi or whatever it is. So that we have in common. But you have your own proclivities, and that's fine. You can bring those to the group. Is that fair? Is that a fair characterization of your answer?
yes, I would say that's correct, because I believe, like, you definitely, this is why I do like session zeros for my games, not just for character creation, but also to be like, this is what the game's going to be, or what game do we want to play, because that needs to be
Right.
set in stone. Sure.
Yeah, thanks. That's what I wanted to ask. Over to you, Randy.
Well, I mean, I didn't have a question for Ultra specifically. Yeah.
You're good. So I know this is why I put you in the third spot, Randy. Just so you know,
Yeah,
one of the things I like
I'm
to do
kind of
is
learning the format a little bit. Yeah.
after I do a follow-up, I love it if you guys just have a discussion, whether it's asking
Okay,
questions, making
gotcha.
points, poking holes. I don't care. So it's not just lecture mode, lecture mode, lecture mode. You don't have to. If you don't, like right now, you said you don't, no big deal. But again, since it's your first time on, this is also good for people out there who might want to join the show at some point in the future. Yeah, I loved it. I love it when the panelists have discussions amongst themselves as well. So with that, we are going to slide over to Crispy, and we're going to ask him that same question. Game on, baby. Go ponies. All right.
Go
isn't
ponies.
gaming isn't gaming for every Oh, don't butter me up, sir. Isn't gaming for
I'm just getting
everyone?
started.
Why is it important to vet players?
So, there's, if I can, I'll address both of those things separately. But before I do, I think it's only polite for us to acknowledge the woman of the house. So we should all say hello to Mrs. Liao, who's watching the stream somewhere. So Thank you very much.
I don't know if she is. She might be.
Well, I hope she is. I'm trying to butter her up too. So the first thing is, why do I vet people coming into my games? And the reason why, if I could just distill it down, is that I care a lot more about the quality of the game than the quantity of games. If I just wanted to run a lot of games, then yeah, I would, all comers, no problem. The other thing I would say is that some gaming experiences depend a lot on the same commitment level from all participants. And if there is someone who's not really into that, then it can not only be a bad experience for that individual, it can be a negative experience for everyone at the table. So I do think that the colloquial expression, a bad apple can ruin the experience, the bad apple spoils the bunch, that is very true when it comes to something as social as a role-playing game. Now, isn't gaming for everyone? Well, of course it is. It is for everyone, but that does not mean that every group is for everyone. I wouldn't exclude anyone from my style of gaming. In fact, we're very much an open shop. We wanted people to try it out and see if it's for them. But that trying out period is really just hey, here's how we do it. Do you want to try? Great. Is it for you? Fantastic. There is a level of buy-in there that's important. Trust is an integral part of this hobby, and for good, long-lasting role-playing groups, you have to have a good social dynamic with the players and the game master. If you don't have that, then the out-of-game tensions can spill into the game. It can be a real problem, and it eventually tears a group apart. As I mentioned in my intro, I have some experience with this. I've run an almost 2 decades long weekly game in my house, and I've had a lot of experience with trying to manage the personalities that come into the group, and how does that work, and what is the dynamic. So I do think it's very important. It's not the same as gatekeeping. Okay, I don't disagree with you, Ultra, that there's some people that are looking for things that I just don't care about. If you want to have a role-playing game about cooking, or being a barista or something like that. It's just not my cup of tea. I'd rather you go make your coffee RPG somewhere else. But that said, if someone who was looking for that said, "Hey, I want to experiment with this in character stuff. Like, I heard you guys stay in character as much as possible, no out of character talk at the table. I want to see if I could do it." Great. Let's get you into a practice session. We'll see. But I'm not willing to compromise on what I consider to be a good quality game for me and others that approach the hobby the same way, just so that I can have an extra game night. I don't need an extra game night. I need excellent games, but I don't need a plethora of games that are mediocre at best.
So I don't need a rigid how-to necessarily, but what steps, generally speaking, do you take to avoid, we're going to use the term still, gatekeeping, while still enforcing clear standards? So
I'd love to answer that, Max, but I have a bunch of thoughts on that for Section 4.
Okay.
Can I hold my answer until Section 4?
Sure, absolutely. If you're going to do it anyway, I'm just going to mark it off as asked, so I...
Of course.
Well, then, because there's a couple I want to ask all of you guys, and there's one I want to ask Randy. Here we go.
Does Ultra Randy have any questions for me? Or
I have one.
Yeah, please.
Is it okay, Max?
Yeah, that's fine. I can ask this one in a bit. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I was wondering, Crispy, you made a good comment, and I'm kind of chiming in with it. Quality gaming over quantity. I absolutely agree with that. And you play every week. So are you inclined to let any person initially try your table out?
I am inclined to do so, and I do have a few litmus tests that I will use. Again, it's my house you're coming into, so there's a certain. You must be above certain height to enter this ride. There is a little bit of that, but absolutely, and I will. I'll take people with no experience. In fact, I kind of like that. I love being the first. The gateway drug to the hobby.
That is
absolutely awesome. It's fantastic. I also will take people that have played in a different style that want to try it out. So yes, I'll take all comers for one session. Whether or not they get invited back, I just make it completely clear, be 100% transparent with them, Randy, that I'm not making a long-term commitment here. We're not getting engaged. You have to get along with the other people at the table. They've already, through many years of play, again, 18 years weekly, there's a dynamic there that you can fit yourself into and be complementary to, or you can be a friction point, a stress and disruption, in which case they're not going to want you and neither will I. And we can be friends also outside of this. And
agreed.
But it's not a good fit.
Yeah, 100%. I have very good friends of mine that I would never allow at my table.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes.
I got some
Ultra. Go ahead.
So one of the things I really like that you touched on during when you were talking about was when you were talking about I paraphrase because I can't remember now word for word, where you talk about like everyone, like, one bad apple ruined the whole bunch, and also basically like if not everyone's having fun at the table, it's just a miserable experience. Because one of the things that I've been really homing in on, and I mentioned this when I was last on here too, was GM agency as well at the table. Because to me, a lot of these games now, it's all about the players, and it's all about, if you're the GM, you have to be making sure the players are having fun, make sure they're having a good time. But what about the GM having fun? What about them having a good time? So I like that you touched on that a little bit with that sentence a little bit, because that's one of the big things that I really am striving for right now in the most recent months is I want GMs to kind of have that power again at the table a little more than they have.
So my take on it is, I think we're in alignment here. I would just say though that I don't consider it the game master's role to be the entertainer, which is kind of what you're saying here. Is like, you're not here just to entertain people. I'm not running a 6 to 6 program for adults. I'm not as the game master, and often I am the game master, especially in the weekly game. I'm not here to be a storyteller to you. I'm not looking for the game. I don't get validation as a game master because the players had a good time. I want them to have a good time, of course, but I also want to enjoy the hobby. Otherwise, why would I do this with my time? There's other things I can do. I have other hobbies. I'll jump on the motorcycle or go to the range or do all the other things I love to do. But it's not. So I think we're aligned there, Ultra. Is that I don't accept the premise that I see in so many game master guides that your role as GM is to make sure that everyone has a good time. No, that's not just my role. That's the player's role too. And if the players are doing things that are going to impact my enjoyment of the hobby, well, then they're breaking trust with me. Like, it's got to be a two-way street. It can't just be I'm there to serve you for 2.5 hours. I'll be a good host, but I'm not your servant, and I don't just bow to everything that you want. No, that would be unfair to the other participants.
Agreed.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, and I've shared this before, and I know people question me on this all the time. Like, because of course I want my players to be able to have a good time at the table. I want them to enjoy the game that I'm running for them. But I'm also a big, staunch Rule Zero advocate as well. Because I want to. Because if you're going to come at me, and then be like, okay, but what about this? And then I put my foot down and say, no, that's not how we're going to do it. This is the rule, or I rule this way. The players need to be able to respect that, and I feel like we've lost that as well.
Yeah, I don't accept. This is a different topic and maybe a good one for Game Master Insights in the future. I don't accept lawyering. It's a term that my buddy Mr. Max came up with. I don't accept rule lawyering, but not even rule lawyering. The other types of lawyering that happens at the table. Like, well, why can't I do this? Or like, what I want to do this? Or whining is maybe this is bringing it back to the topic at hand. If a player is excessively whiny, why are they in my game?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't allow that. If you're whining at me, then go find something else. Go play Catan with the other losers. I don't want.
Come on, I got
that.
wood for sheep.
Yeah, terrible game.
I've never
that's super
played
popular.
Catan, so
No, don't. It's not worth your time.
I've never even played it.
No, don't. There's better games out there. But I just don't. I don't accept adults behaving like children. So, and I game with adults, so I expect adult behavior.
you say that, yet we're all at a TTRPG table rolling dice, pretending to be elves and dwarves and wizards.
Yeah, see, but I don't consider that I don't consider roleplay childish.
No.
I don't consider the act of imagination childish. It's a creative exercise. So the fact that 14-year-olds do it, that's fine. 14-year-olds play instruments that adults play too. There's a lot of hobbies that you can start young and, like this one, enjoy an entire life of enjoyment in that hobby.
These kids start when they're like 4 and 5 years old, some even younger.
Yes,
right.
Hockey's a big commitment. Absolutely.
But I'm pretty sure if you went to one of Randy's tables at biggest geekest con they had, there were still some dick jokes probably flying around the table at some point or another.
There probably were. And in some groups that would be okay. In my group, you're going to stand out. Like, you're like, what are you doing? You're not 14. Like, are you role playing a character that's like that? Okay, fine. We're all good for it. But if this is out of character, let's get back to my style.
Sure.
If it's just out of character and you're just cracking wise to be the funniest guy at the table, yeah, no, you're not going to fit in very well unless that's the character you're role playing.
Now, I'm going to butt in here, Randy. On the flip side, wouldn't that be the type of game that somebody like Joe is interested in?
Which type of game?
Kind of just somebody where you're sitting back, more relaxed, maybe cracking a few jokes and so forth.
Listen to Crispy. Joe would have a hard time at Crispy's table, probably. I would not. I can fully. Let's just get in character and do it.
Yeah. And by the way,
you can
I want
bring
to
your
be very
Batman
clear
mask. You'll fit right in. Bring the Batman mask.
I'm not trying to call out somebody who doesn't have the ability to defend himself here. I just wanted to put that out there as an example of somebody we know that, hey, he would be better for a different type of table. We still love Joe.
Sure.
Joe's kind of a third-person role player. Yeah, I don't think he wouldn't be offended. Sometimes he does first person, but not very often. This is how he likes it. That's all right.
Hey, real quickly also, I don't know which one of you guys has Discord open that keeps going bloop, bloop, bloop. And if it happens to be me, because somebody sending me direct messages, I literally have Discord closed, so I'm not reading it so that I can have the hockey game going properly. So please don't send me messages. If you did, I didn't get them, and I'm not going to get them until after the live stream. So, but anybody else, if it's one of you three, if you guys have Discord open and getting messages, please mute that somehow.
I do not.
No, sir.
All right. The one thing I wanted to say, because I'm probably not going to have a long final thoughts today because of that over there. I think there's a fine balance between the GM being another player. Because if you want to be very technical about things, I know nerds like to be really technical. Yes, the game master is just another player at the table, but he's not just another player at the table.
He's a little more
uniquely singular role that's different. Now, these three guys might handle that role differently, but that role is different. And Crispy, I think the reason that Ultra was saying what he was saying there, and I know I see this out there in books and on Twitter and so forth as well, it's like, you hear it all the time. The game master is responsible for the fun. If the players didn't have fun, it's the game master's fault. I'm in a complete agreement. That's utter BS. Now, there are some aspects of it where the game master is responsible for the fun, but he's not the ultimate arbiter of if you're having fun or not.
No, of course not. And I think maybe the distinction I would make is that the game master is another participant. He's not the same as a player. There's a different scope.
Sure.
He's doing a lot of the same things for his NPCs that the players are doing for their NPCs, but it's not exactly the same. It's not just another player. It's another participant.
I hear what you're saying. This goes back to the whole definitions thing. I think that if a game were to write in the book definitions, participants are everybody, players are the players, and game master is game master, I would love it.
Yeah.
But for most people out there, common vernacular is we're all players at a table. Even going old school, we just recognize that the game master has a different role. Did we just get another goal? Mm-hmm. I missed it! Jerks.
Yeah. So,
hey, are you going to the next topic? Because I have a comment on this. If it's
no. As long as you guys are discussing, and we still have a little bit of time, we can keep talking.
I'm not sure I understood the assignment fully.
I don't think Randy answered the first question yet, though.
I was.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Actually, you haven't answered. We haven't even asked you yet.
Well, I don't mean to jump the gun, but I was listening to both Crispy and Ultra, and I took a different tact. I was thinking.
Okay. Do you want me to ask you the question? The reason I vocalize it is for folks out there who are watching to remember what the question was.
Sure.
Okay. Crispy, are you done? Or actually, Ultra and Randy, you guys done asking Crispy?
Sure.
Yeah, that's all I had. But...
Okay. Then we will go on. So, sorry, Randy. I knew you hadn't answered the question, but I'm sidetracked.
Sure. Yeah.
I missed that second goal. I'm mad.
Go team.
All right. Yeah, we're up 2-0. Stillwater's ahead. So, Randy, I've gamed with you before. You've got to believe this. Isn't gaming for everyone?
No.
And so why is it important to vet players?
Well, so I took a different tact.
Okay.
I wasn't like I had the same quote that Ultra had. Gaming is for anyone, but not everyone. And I believe RPG.
That's good. I like that one.
I think Pundit may have coined that. Maybe not. Maybe somebody else. Doesn't matter. I was thinking when I was seeking out people to play, if I were seeking them out, I was thinking, what qualities would they have? Just to even consider, would they play a role-playing game? Whereas I understand the idea that I could invite anyone I wanted to, but I've met some people that seem interested, and I ask them about things. I think people that have a very limited imagination. I find this with older people that are starting the hobby later in life. We have a friend in our group started at 54. He fit in perfectly. I've had others who they really couldn't they're like, dragons don't. I had a guy literally tell me once over and over, dragons don't exist though. And I was like, that's when I was ready to punt, because I was like, okay. Now maybe he'd be interested in a different role-playing game. I could hear that. But
did you explain to him at all what it was? Okay.
Yes. He was just like, I just can't get into it. Dragons don't exist. I'm like, okay. So it was just weird to me. And some people along that line, some folks, we like miniatures at my table. So if you don't like messing with the miniatures, I had a guy say that you're just playing with toys. I'm like, okay, sort of, yeah, but whatever, dude. And then some people struggle to even play games at all. They don't really care for it, especially in someone that's overly competitive. I think those people can be ones that can be hard to bring to a role-playing game. You could have a competitive one. We played many years at Cabin Con, something called the Arena game, where it was PvP almost all the time, we liked it, but I don't think it's something that you always do. So to me, and I have a hard time with folks that it's all about them. I've seen role players where it's just all about them. And I can be guilty sometimes of hogging the spotlight when I play. I want to get into my character and do my thing. I got a stick. I want to show it, So, but I mean, some people just go overboard. So I was thinking it that way. And of course you have the people that frustrate you. Like, Crispy said, if they want to play a barista at Starbucks, not having at my table, but enjoy yourself, go somewhere else. Yeah, that's,
but
that
I
was
took
I didn't know if that was the
barista skill.
assignment.
I got to use it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just that's where my mind went when you asked that first question. Is it for everyone? And I think there are some.
See,
maybe because my experience.
questions. These are why those questions are pretty open ended like that. I've had a few people in the past say it's a pretty open ended question. What do you want me to say here? It's like, no, that's not what I want you to say. You answer it the way you feel it needs to be answered. I thought you answered it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, as long as we're on topic, which we are. So anybody have, because I have a question I'm going to ask all three of you in a moment here. Does anybody have anything for Randy with what he said?
Yeah, I just have one, if I could.
Yeah.
Ultra, do you have something you can interrupt?
I'll let you go first. That's fine.
Okay. So you had said something that I thought was interesting. You had said that in your experience, some have a limited imagination, or their imagination is underdeveloped.
I would argue that they don't, at least our interaction, they just couldn't grok what the game was even about. They really struggled.
So that leads me to my question, which is, would you mind sharing with us, because I'm interested, what is your elevator pitch? When you're going to a 55-year-old or whatever it is, and you're saying, hey, I've got something I think that you would enjoy. Why don't you come to my house or whatever, or we're going to meet at the store. Mm-hmm. How do you pitch it? Like, what's the sales pitch?
For me, the first thing, and this is probably cliche ever does it, I say, because I do a lot of fantasy. Have you ever seen Lord of the Rings?
Cool.
Do you ever watch that movie? Yeah, that was pretty cool. And I loved it. I watched it over and I bought the movies. I'm like, dude, I have a game where you take on the role of characters like that. And we kind of go on quest. Sometimes we do a little odd, so strange things that you might think is kind of fun and quirky, but we also do a lot of serious stuff. And I was like, it's fun. We roll dice. There's random elements, and I might show them some of my figures or show a book, just the cover. Like, look at this cool picture. And I've found people that are more inclined to do it. And this is over the years. They're like, wow, that looks cool. I want to try that. That's usually all it takes. Now, nice. It could be that I could pitch it better, but that's what I would go with.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ultra, you wanted to?
No, I don't really. It was just a thought I had because we were talking about miniatures, and it's like I don't usually collect miniatures, but I won this. Hold on, if I can get this succubus mini.
Oh, from the
VD giveaway that Nerd did. So because succubus are women, they're not anything else but women. We need
incubi. You have succubi and incubi. That is correct.
Could I ask them a question? I have you
sure.
too, Max, because I'm wondering, how do you, when it comes to vetting players, availability, and here's a word I don't hear a lot, but to me it's important, commitment to the game.
Absolutely.
I think that's important if a player is going to be flighty. I mean, I get it. Some folks are like, oh, have a seat, don't, it's all good. Me, I want players that are going to be there.
Yep.
So do you consider that, guys? This is all you guys when you?
Oh yeah, that's a basic etiquette thing. If now again, we're not getting engaged. No. So if I would say let's start with a little bit something like we're going to go with maybe 2 or 3 sessions, see how it goes, check in with everyone.
Yeah.
But if they're missing sessions and they're not letting me know, or I get a text half hour after the game has started, I start my games on time. Yep. Now, that doesn't mean we roll dice right at 6:30. No. Right. It means that everyone's sitting at the table at 6:30 and we're catching up on how everyone's week was and we're getting the drinks ready or whatever it is. But we're there ready to go at 6:30 and I'm ready to go at 6:30. And, so if you're constantly late or if you're just absent and nobody knows why you're not there, yeah, that's a quick way to find the exit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree and I think that's one of the things I like about being online more than trying to run a game in person is you have such a wider what's the word I'm looking for? A wider variety of people that you can have at your online table. And usually the people that do reply to your online message, you're like, hey, I want to run this game. It'll be this. It'll happen on this day at this time. Anyone interested in playing, just let me know. And usually the ones that do respond are the ones that are like actually will dedicate themselves to be online, get there at the right time. Now, of course, you have sometimes have instances where computer problems, people can show up late. I usually give someone usually have like a 15-minute window before I actually start anything when I do my online gaming usually. So, but yeah, I do agree availability and like attending is like the game itself is like very important as well. So if you're going to have someone who's constantly calling out or saying they're not going to be there, or if they say, oh yeah, I'll be there, and then they don't show up, yeah, that's not a person that's going to be staying at my table for very long.
So I learned about, I think Crafty was the one that told me about this. Alexander McCrease has a term for this where it's like playing an intramural sport. And I always use that example. I just never put that term to it for whatever reason. And you guys have heard me say this a lot in general, where when you sign up for the softball league, you don't show to whatever games you want. Especially when you join the bowling team, you don't show up to whichever ones you want. You're there every Wednesday night, Thursday night, whatever it happens to be. And the expectation is that you're there. I've had people say, I'm not doing this like it's a job. Well, then get out of my table. Even if, that's hyperbolic. The point is that you're telling me right now that you don't find that this engagement is serious enough. Yeah, it's just a hobby, but so is playing bowl, or playing bowl, whatever. So is
Basketball.
bowling. Yeah,
Basketball
or
intramural,
basketball. Yeah, I mean, I know people that are in these like over 40 basketball leagues and so forth, and they're going to be out there. This isn't just a rec thing where it's like you call up your friend, be like, hey, you want to play some tennis today? Oh man, no, I can't. But how about tomorrow? Sure, great. No, this is something that I would say in session 0, that whole social contract thing, where you basically say, or come to an agreement. We're playing this often from this time to this time. The expectation is that you're there. Emergencies always happen. We get it. But generally speaking, no, you've got to be there. You're not going to be late. If you do come in late, you're not going to be like, hey, guys, what's up? Yeah, we had this go. Shut the fuck up. We're playing.
Yeah.
That's right.
Unless you walk in with 20 pizzas, then that's a good excuse.
Hey, Max, Crafty
Yes.
Matt has a great question at 7:36. I don't know if you want to bring that up or not. Is that something you do?
I haven't been paying much attention to chat.
7:36.
I see it.
Well, it
is
I
a
guess
good
6:36 your time.
Yeah, I'll start.
I can see it right now. I have the.
Okay, I just thought it was an interesting question.
Never mind.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So, and this is not to be a jerk, guys, but until this specific game is over, the one that's after it, I'm not as interested in, but it will still be on. I also am noticing that it looks like my network is kind of bad. So if I'm choppy or if you're not seeing me, I don't know what's going on, but I'm getting the StreamYard one little dot thing. So, it's a network issue of some sort. Don't know where it's coming from. Could be because I'm running StreamYard twice. But anyway, back on topic here, and I'll get that. Yeah, I've also found that in online play, with as easy it is to get people, and I think Ultra, you were talking about this, I've actually found the people to be flakier. I've found that the people, and I personally believe it's because you don't have that face-to-face. Like, hey, Bob, where were you last week? You don't have that. It's just, some screen name here that didn't show up. And just my experience is, other than a couple of the games, actually, other than the games I've been in, nope, that's not true. One of them that I was in had players that would basically pop in and out.
Accountability is low.
Yeah.
Just like guys get, people are really tough online.
Right.
I guess I'm just lucky then, because I've never had that issue where I've just had someone just repeatedly not show up. I know in games I've read, I've never had people just miss. I know in one of my OSC games that I'm a player in, we have had a guy sleep through and miss a session because he didn't wake up in time, and so we just didn't play that day because it's only there's only 4 of us total, including the GM. So I've never had that issue, but I can understand why that would be an issue as well, though, for online play.
Yeah, I think it's just a personality thing. I think that so many things online are well, there's no personal accountability because you don't have the physical presence with the person that people can feel like they can do whatever they want. And I mean, there's some truth to that, let's be honest, because they can get by with it, but I wouldn't allow that for my game. But to be fair, I don't run games online, so.
Yep. I've tried once or twice. Honestly, I found myself more easily distracted. I mean, and I was it was really a struggle to do those 2 Savage World sessions we did on Biggest Geekus a year or so ago. It was a struggle for me to stay focused. It helped that I had some things that I had to track all the cards for the players. That helped me, but it was still hard sometimes because I was like kind of wanting to go into, I need to talk to people, and now I got a DM. That's what I'm doing. So
Yeah, I do think, Randy, because we both enjoy Savage Worlds, I wouldn't run Savage. So some game systems I wouldn't run online.
Right.
Savage Worlds is one of them because it works very well in person, but in online with the deck of cards and the bennies, and it's just the meta currency gets really disruptive. I like the adventure deck, so like we'll use adventure cards and all of those things. In person, I can still stay in character, and all of the players can stay in character, and we understand. Oh, he's passing a poker chip in, so that chit is the Benny. He doesn't have to announce he's using a Benny, and I don't have to ask him. He just does it. Whereas online, it for my preferred style of play, it doesn't work. So I do agree. There's some games that they just don't lend themselves well. Online's a different animal. Yeah, you can use VTTs. There's divided opinions on those. I have used VTTs for online games. I don't. To me, it just turns the role of the game master into tech support, and I'd rather not run tech support as the game. So we tend to avoid using those. Oh no, I clicked on the wrong thing, or now how do I find this? Or oh, oops, I clicked on the. Can you move my token? Or no, I can't see what you can see, and it just doesn't. It's not my preference. So
I tried using a free one during COVID, and that was just a nightmare. I
paid a ton of money to get kind of all the bells and whistles on Fantasy Grounds because it does so much automation, and I was like, well, this will be better. But even that system, which I do think is a well done VTT, it wasn't really worth the effort for what I was looking for.
I agree.
All right, let's get back to vetting players.
Yeah, sorry, that was off topic.
No, you're fine. I had to fix the stream anyway. So there's one last question here that I want to ask all of you, and we'll just go in order. We'll start with Ultra and just move across the board there. And where to go here? Oh yeah, if there is a single piece of advice you'd give to a new game master who's uncertain about whether or how to vet new players, what would you give them?
I would give the advice of just run a simple one shot first for the players before you think of doing anything long term. Because again, me being online, this is how I've done a way that I've done it, and it's how I'm doing how I got with my current group that I'm doing a City of Mist campaign for now. But this could even work just as well in person if you don't want to do the awkward one-on-one interviews with all your players that some people like to do. Just run a simple one-shot for them, see how they act at your table, and then make your judgments from that. That's what my advice would be.
Okay. Crispy?
My advice to someone new would just simply be that it's very important to define what kind of experience you're looking for and what your group is looking for. That's going to help when you're introducing new people to it. So this is what we're looking for. You can express that to potential new players so that they know what they're getting into, and that you're not working against what you already have decided is the sought after experience at this particular table.
I would, and these are good. That's good advice too. Both of them said something really good. I agree. But for me, and I think I find this the older I get, play with people you like. And now that doesn't mean you might like somebody and then not like them as a player. That's possible. But I'm not going to invite somebody to the table. I'm just not, that I don't feel like I would like or don't know if I would like. I would find friends. And if I can't find friends, I know some folks, I don't got a lot of people around me. I got to go online. Online's a different story. I don't know if I can help someone. I really can't help someone with online gaming. But face to face, I only invite people that I've met, spent some time with, and go, I like that dude, and I think he'd like to play. Why don't you come over and give it a try? That's important for me. I mean, yeah, we'll talk about that later. It's important for me.
Excellent advice.
Yeah.
All right. Let's scroll down here. All right, folks, we're going to get ready to move into the next segment. And the next one specifically on how Game Masters, how do you vet your players? And before we do that, though, we are going to hit some super chats, which you don't have any super chats. So screw Crafting this question because he didn't super chat. Oh, wait, he's a member. Crafty asks, question for Randy. So everybody else, shut up. Apparently, could you play in a game with someone you don't like personally? You just answered that, but no, they are great at role playing.
Okay, so in a game, as in like one session, yes. Campaign, I probably could. I could play. If they can act like it, as long as we're not clashing, we could. I would not invite them initially, but if I'm like invited to a table, I'm like, oh, there's Joe. I hate that dude. And I'll be like, but I wouldn't just punt if everybody else was cool. Like, we'll see how it goes. I'm like, dang, he's all right at the table. I could do it. It's not my preference. I could do it.
Okay. And you know what? Because I don't play favorites here. Ultra, Crispy?
I don't think I would be able to, because I could think of several people at the top of my head that I constantly see on X that, as much as they probably have either made good material or they do good games, I would not want them at my table, because I would constantly be thinking about it's like I'm behind my screen. I look up and like, oh, how I hate you so much. I don't want to be that guy. So I would, for their safety and my own sanity, I would not want that person at my table.
Okay. And Crispy?
I have some experience with this. I had attending my in-person game for several years, a few individuals that let's just say their worldview was diametrically opposed to mine. And it worked okay for a few years, but eventually there was just a little too much friction, and they withdrew, which was for the best. And so my thinking at first was, well, as long as we're here for the same experience, what they are like outside of the game is irrelevant. But in practice, since it is a social activity, I don't think that it has longevity. Now, I'm defining longevity in decades, which is maybe a little too much. But even just to have a decent sized campaign, let's say it goes for 4 or 5 months, it's going to be a bit of a struggle at some point. It's better to like the people at the table. Now, you may grow to like them over time. We don't have to be fast friends. It can gradually get there. But if it's not moving in that direction, then I think there's just going to be too much friction, and it's not worth it. And the game was better when those people decided, you know what, we're just going to do something else, and they took themselves out of the group.
Yeah, that's what I'd be worried about, is any kind of longevity. But I think for my part, if we're just gaming together, we don't hang out and talk after, we're not buddies, I could probably do it. Now, if they were despicable people, that'd be different. But just, I don't care for that guy, I could probably do it for a while.
All right. And then we have one more here, also from Crafty. Do you find vetting for online players harder than in person, namely because distractions are right in front of your face? And this time we'll start with Crispy. We haven't started with him yet.
Yeah, so this is an excellent question. I wouldn't say it's harder, Crafty. I'd say it's different. For example, in an in-person game, you're coming into my house. So I would say that there's a higher degree of risk for you to come into my house. Like, if you're some weirdo, then I don't want you to get through the front door. Like, I don't want you to be here, right? There's weird people out there. And unfortunately, many of them congregate in game stores. So if you're going to come into my house, that's a higher degree of risk than online. Online, it's pretty simple. This person doesn't fit, fine, block them if you have to, but it's a simple click to kick them from the stream. It's not a big deal. What's harder about online is that I don't get the same nonverbal cues that I would get in person. Now, in person, I'm going to meet with you. We're going to have a talk. I'm going to watch you carefully. I'm looking at the nonverbal cues. I'm picking up on your body odor. I can already really take care of a lot of those things that may be a bit of a deal breaker for me. Online, I can't. So what my solution is that the online vetting process is a process. It's not just oh, sure, you've got an avatar and an internet connection. Why don't you join the game? No. I want to see your games. I want to, where's your game, bro? And if I don't see your game, then I want to see some practice sessions so you understand what kind of game you're joining. And that's not, I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want it to be a good experience for you as well as for the rest of us that are in the game. So a practice session is fantastic. Let's just see what you're like. If it turns out that you're a raging lunatic, then we have to vet that by a process that starts earlier. That's my answer to it. It's not that it's harder. It's just that it's a different animal. It requires a different approach.
Okay, well, the segment's going on kind of long here. Randy and Ultra, you guys get a chance to answer as well. So I'm not taking any more questions right now. We got to get to the next segment. But Ultra, go ahead. Do you find vetting for online players harder than in person?
I don't think so. Mostly because when you're in person, you have to have that face to face. You're in front of each other. Now, for me personally, because I'm very open, I have autism. So I have a hard time picking up those social cues and being able to read people and their body language and stuff. When I'm online, and most of the time no one's using their cameras on Discord, it's always off. They have to say what's on their mind. They have to say how they're feeling or what their character's doing, which helps me a lot more to get more of the vibe, to be able to get that vibe along, to be like, oh, okay, then I need to do this or I should do that kind of deal. So for me personally, it's not harder for me to do it online compared to in person.
Yeah, I did the one group ever that didn't do cameras, and I will never, ever be in another group that doesn't have their cameras on.
No.
Yeah.
All right, Randy, do you find vetting online players harder?
I don't, because I don't play online really much.
Oh, there you go.
I don't. Yeah, I have nothing to add. I trust these guys. So.
Yeah. And Crafty said it right there. That's right. Online games need to have cameras, no exceptions. I'm with that. But I'm camera shy. That's too bad. You have those nonverbal cues that Crispy mentioned are absolutely important. And I can say that for the group that I was kicked out of, that if they had seen the nonverbals, I still would have been kicked out of the group. Anyway, go ahead. What?
I was going to say, Crafty, I think you're wrong, but that's okay.
Let's not start the stuff here.
I'm not starting anything. I'm just saying I think he's wrong, but that's okay.
I can agree to disagree.
I thought he was agreeing with you, though.
I think Crafty's saying he wants.
No, that's not it. Yeah, he said right there. That's a great point, actually. Online games. Oh, yeah, that was at you.
Yeah.
He was agreeing with you.
Oh.
Yeah. I just don't think you should have to force people, but that's me. So
I think you should get them in arm bars and hold them down.
Well, that comes down to vetting your players and having that whole session zero thing. If your rule is you're going to be on camera, kind of like there are people who will not be on this show. Who are like, dude, I want to be on the show. Do you got to put you on camera? Oh, never mind then.
How could I deprive the world of this space?
But it's actually because I know that there's actually a psychological element in this as well. When you can see the person talking, it's more so, even though we're distant, it's still more so like you're in the same room with the person.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's get ready to go to the next segment. All right, if you think you have some presence and charisma, the ability to educate and entertain, a good AV setup free from noise pollution, and an interest in discussing tabletop RPGs in this format, I swear to God I changed this. It's supposed to say join the Game Master Insight. I know I changed it. Why does it say the old rando stream? Oh, I think somebody's playing a trick on me. Who of you has my account? Anyway, join the Game Master Insight Discord. The link is in the description to stay tuned to future topics, help us get to know you, and maybe we'll get you on the show to talk about your experiences. Of course, if you enjoyed this discussion, please like this video, subscribe to all of the panelists' channels except for Randy, because he doesn't have a channel anymore, apparently, which you can find in the description. And let's get back to the hockey overlay. There we go. Okay, I want to say this again for folks who weren't here right off the bat. The reason why you're seeing all this stuff over here is it is the 2025 Minnesota State High School Hockey Tournament. I normally do not stream when the hockey tournament is going on because, well, it's the Minnesota State High School Hockey Tournament. Enough said. It's the state of hockey. Get over it. This year, the double whammy is my hometown is in the tournament, and they're literally playing right now. So we're up 2-0, and that's why it's on the stream. But I could not late into the game tell these guys, sorry, thanks for signing up. Here are the questions, but we're not going to have a stream. So we're going to do two things at one time. We're going to watch hockey, and we're going to talk about tabletop role-playing games because Minnesota. That's why. Now, we're going into segment 2 here, and segment 2 is about Game Masters. How do you vet your players? And we are going to start with Crispy on this one. So, Crispy, as a Game Master, how do you vet players based on your group's gaming style, whether it focuses on heavy role-playing, obviously that's you, beer and pretzels, or something else?
So the way I took this question is based on my preference, and I've just alluded to this in the previous segment. I vet players based on whether or not they can do it. So, and I do think most people can do it with a little bit of practice. So the main thing that I do is, and we have a Discord, people join the Discord. We have a practice channel in the Discord. They jump on the practice channel, say, hey, I'd like to do some practice. We have people that are generous with their time. They'll say, let's run a brief practice session, see, just to get you understanding what it is that we're looking for, what type of experience it is. That makes a big difference. That helps people to understand what they're getting into. If it was a beer and pretzels game, which I have nothing against, if it's just hanging out, then the main thing is, how does this person integrate to the group that already exists? Are they awkward? Or they're silent? Are they, right away they're contributing to the group, especially an in-person group? Do they show up empty-handed? Do they bring something for everyone to share? I mean, the just basic etiquette things I think are really important. It helps if they already have a connection with one of the other players. That's always a good thing. It's not a cold introduction, it's a warm introduction. But for me, as someone really focused on in-character play, I want to see that practice. And it doesn't have to be, we're auditioning for a month or so. No, let's just jump in, take a half hour here or 45 minutes or something. Just run it through a quick scenario, see how you feel. Yeah, you still interested? Great. Let's get you into a game.
So my first follow-up is, have you used trial sessions? We're skipping that one.
Yes, I do use trials. That's, in fact, the main thing that I use. Yeah.
What's a good one for you?
Probably nothing on this segment.
No. Actually, because you explain yourself so well, I don't need to dig in a lot. That's the thing.
Let me say a lot more. And
no, please don't. How do you decide? This is an interesting one. It might not fit. That's why I'm asking it. Mm-hmm. How do you decide whether a prospective participant is flexible enough to adapt to, we'll just call it the evolving style throughout your campaign, sure, specifically the idea of player co-creating to some degree?
Yeah. So, and again, I think there's a key element that is required as a prerequisite to be in my games, which is the willingness to change, to work on things, to practice. That some people, they just don't want to approach the hobby that way, and that's fine. I'm looking for people that want to approach the hobby as something that can take a lifetime of practice to improve. So if it's someone that feels like, I'm not looking for improvement here, I'm just looking for a good time, then that's probably not one that's going to be a good fit. If they're willing to take a hard, close look and use some introspection and say, well, you know what, I would like to try this, and I made a mistake here, and let's watch the session again and pick it apart to see how we could have improved. That type of mentality is maybe not as common. I'm hoping that it becomes more common, because that would be a key prerequisite to be invited. Hey, do you want to try something new? Are you willing to work at it? Great, let's get you in. Even if you're ugly, you can turn on the camera. It's not a beauty contest. We just get you into a game.
I'm still upset that you said that we're not getting engaged.
The thing
1
is,
second here.
we have a quota on glasses. There's only so many glasses that we can have.
Well, mine count is 2. Just
Yes,
saying.
they
I
do.
mean, they're
Yes.
extra thick here, so you
I
know.
was going to say, yeah.
You know what? I hate you. You know what? The rest of you guys, why don't you ask him questions, since apparently he's being mean to me.
Well, I have one. So
Yes, please.
You keep talking about your game, and I guess I don't know exactly your style, Crispy. Am I wrong? Did you and I almost play in a Rifts game together? Was that
We
me and
were
you?
so close. You're
Right.
not wrong. And
Okay,
I was
yeah.
all geared up and ready
I was
to go.
excited.
And I was
So-
super excited for it.
So how
Look,
are you?
I'm going to interrupt you for a second here. Crispy, after meeting you and have you on the show, I'm even doubly pissed that we're not doing that.
Me too. I think it would have been great.
Yeah, I may have time in the future to revisit that if people.
Yeah, but
are
where's
still
Dumb? RPG is Dumb. I haven't heard from him forever, even
I talked
after
to him
all
the other day. I talked
Did
to him the
you?
other day. Yeah,
Dude,
he's
tell-
on Disc. He's on Discord. You mean talk? I was thinking of bouncing it off of him. See if he
Yeah,
has-
absolutely.
Let's
I
do
hope we even when all the dust up nonsense was going on, we were still talking in the background. Like I have no.
But
We'll leave
my
it there.
question-
We'll leave it there. Let's get back to this.
Yeah. My question to Crispy is this: so you talk about being willing to improve, and so I'm thinking of my game. I'm guessing it's probably fairly different from yours. Like I said, we use minis, but like, could someone still like? Well, like I say, I don't really like the way you guys play. So if I'm going to be, can someone be like would you be okay? Could someone be a lurker in your game? They don't cause trouble, but they just kind of, I'm assuming you want a lot of first person role play. That's cool. That's cool.
Yep.
They do a little bit of that, but they don't really. They're like, hey, I kind of like where I'm out. I kind of like watching what you guys are doing. Or do they have to fully try to engage and
Sure.
affect the story? I mean, I'm kind of wondering.
It's a great question, Randy. And the short answer would be, if it's going to be anything longer than one session or like a one shot or something like that, I am still looking for that commitment.
Sure.
Now, if it's a little different with a group that's been in existence as long as my in-person group has been in, because these are people that have been in, like I have players that are still players after day one. It started 18 years ago. So,
Nice.
I have a little more flexibility for those people because we're
Sure.
good friends. So, those people I'm not, what, you said something out of character, get out of my house. No, it's not that draconian, Randy. It's more,
Right.
hey, I noticed this. What do you think? Let's talk about it. And do you guys want to go back to, but really the short answer to your question is no. I still think the commitment is a reasonable bar for entry.
I'm happy you said that, Crispy, because because of just how I talk naturally, people do the same thing with me. They think it's a zero-sum game, 1 or 0, and there are some aspects of it that can be that way. But I look at intent and I look at how a person acts. If somebody's apologetic or if somebody's making a mistake, if somebody's like, oh crap, I screwed that up, no harm, no foul. It's when the person's option is like, I'm not doing that. Oh, that's just how I do things. Okay, then we've got, does that make sense?
Sure.
Like I think to me, there's a lot of that behind it as well. So when I say I don't do this or I do this, whatever, I can be flexible if you're being an adult human being with decorum. But when it's me, no, it's you out the door. Anything else for Crispy on that before I go over to Randy?
I don't have any questions. I basically agree with everything Crispy just said there.
Oh, there's a first for everything. It's great.
All right. Okay, Randy. When you're the game master, the man in charge, the player at the table, what term we use? The participant at the table who leads the group, so to speak, or as some people think. How do you vet players based on your group's gaming style, whether it focuses on heavy roleplay, beer and pretzels, or something else?
We tend to be more tactical in mind. We like combat. Almost every game we play has lots of combat in it. I would let them know that. We do like to roll dice. We do have RP. Me and a couple other guys tend to do a little more first-person RP than some of the other guys, though we got a handful of guys that'll do it. I think we can be more accepting of people. Like I mentioned, we had players that are kind of what we call wallflower players. They're just there to roll dice and see what happens.
How do you mix them?
What do you mean?
How do you mix them at the table? If you, I mean, okay, you got somebody like me or Crispy, and well, there's a little difference there. We're both heavy role players, right? And then you got that wallflower player that, in my mind, would probably break that immersion. How would you?
Well, I guess it depends. I mean, sure it could, but for me, I can understand. We had a guy, I won't name him, great friend of mine. I enjoyed when he came to play. He played for a few years with us back in the 3rd edition era. He didn't care about stats. He didn't care about leveling his dude. He was there to literally be the bard of the party, and he wrote the adventures. He had a huge notebook, and it was hard to get him to focus on what we were doing. And when it was role playing, I managed to pull him into he's a different cat. He would role play, but like, I guess this is not answering your question, so let me get back to that. It doesn't bother me as a DM. I will not try, if I know someone wants to be the wallflower, I'm not going to spotlight them. Hey, this hot wench comes up to you and says, "Hey, I got the key to this," and and that too. We don't do the sexy time role play and romance. It's all fade to black stuff.
I'm not joining your table then, because I was about to hit on you. I can't.
Well, Max, if you were there, I might change mine.
I can't hit on you. What is the point of these games anymore?
I'm crushed.
I think as a larger group, we tend to run either canned adventures or prepared adventures. People might call us railroads, whatever. I don't buy it. I think, to a certain extent, if the players aren't getting on board a little bit, what the hell are we doing? Especially in a con style setting, I find that kind of annoying. But I understand you can do however you like. If I know the players in my group that like to role play, so I might challenge them, and maybe I even bias myself by looking at them as when I'm playing an NPC and engage them more. Currently, the Savage Worlds group was pretty much across the board. Everybody was first person into it, and that was pretty cool. We were all into characters and doing things, and that was fun. But it just doesn't bother me if someone's just kind of, I'm only here for part of this, because they're not causing trouble. So for us.
Okay. Yeah. So how do you evaluate whether someone is comfortable with both in-character role play and out-of-character banter, or is that not even something you bring up?
Well, I mean, we do that. We have out-of-character banter. Sometimes that does drive me crazy. We'll have some guys that'll just keep yammering, telling silly jokes. We got to say, "Hey, dudes, we're trying to play the game here. Can you get back into what we're doing?"
Okay, so you say it drives you crazy, but you still let them at your table.
If it's too long, well, like I said, there's a key element here. I game with good friends.
Okay.
So, like, not unlike Crispy, I give them a lot more rope. Now, to be honest, I have to say, dude, you need to shut up. We're trying, the Lich is casting a spell. If you keep running your mouth, you're going to get no saving throw, or something like that, right?
Well,
so
it sounds to me like you have a similar mentality to, and I see him in chat right now, Shadow and Son, and this is something that Shadow and Son and I completely disagree on. Is, well, as long as you're sitting at the table with friends, you're having fun. No, my friend, I have an expectation, my friends, to actually. It's like if I go play tennis with a friend of mine, he's hitting home runs all the time. I'm not playing tennis with that guy ever again. Okay, if you're sitting at my table and you're being a distraction, or you being my friends won't do that. Just like I won't go to your thing and do that to you. Now, to be fair, Randy, I'm not scolding you.
No,
you just have a broader area of patience or acceptance for that, where mine is much narrower in scope, and I completely get that. But my point ultimately is, I don't have fun no matter how good of a friend you are of mine, if you're not involved in the game the way everybody else is.
Okay.
And I can see that on the flip side. I could see a table that's all beer and pretzels, looking at, and it actually happened. It's on video, where I went in there with some pretty heavy role play, and let's just say they were not comfortable with it.
Usually
you were trying to pick them up, so there was that element, right?
Shh.
I'm usually the one that does the role play heavier in the group. I have a few other guys. I'll initiate it. I have a harder time if I'm a player, Max. I might be more like you if I'm a player in the game, and we got a couple of guys that tend to be goofballish and throw us off track. That can annoy me. But as a DM, I guess I've just been used to some of my guys, and they're not that bad. I mean, I think I'm describing it as if they go way off track. They don't.
I get you.
Yeah, they don't. We do make jokes.
And table friends tend to be different than, I don't no, I don't even know how to say it. Because I can picture myself. I can give a little more leeway if the entire table are friends. I guess I'm picturing in my head a group that's a little more a little more like I know this guy, but I don't know these two. Things like that.
I would think online would be tough to do like
Yeah.
way we play at the table. I don't know if I could handle that online if we had players constantly being all over the place. Yeah, Crispy's. Yeah,
It just doesn't work.
yeah.
A beer and pretzels type game or a more relaxed kind of anything, any style goes. The limitations of the technology, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
People talking over each other. It's really hard to follow what's going on. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I don't know what to describe our group as any style, but I think people would have to, like I said, enjoy combat. And if they're an experienced player, I would spend time asking them, hey, what kind of games have you played in the past? What do you like? And I could say, oh, they go, I play Fate, and we do this and that. I'm like, and Fate's my favorite game. And I'm like, this may not be your cup of tea, dude, or Amber Diceless. I mean, okay, that's cool, but you can try it. You're welcome to try it.
You guys have any questions, comments, concerns for Randy?
Yeah, I have one. You mentioned if something became distracting. Could you give us some examples of what you would consider distracting that would require an intervention on your part when it comes to a player?
Yes.
Apparently hitting on people.
Yeah, well, that
Max-
goes without saying.
Max
The
would just
back
he
rubs
would
for
get
Max Liao were a little much.
Max would get a right cross right off the bat. No.
Yeah.
So
I'm into rough play, baby.
for me, I think a classic one that would really annoy me, if someone, this annoys me. I'll give you two. So table talk outside of the game. If they're just, I mean, we meet early, do a little chatter, and then we get going, and someone keeps breaking the story, breaking the immersion, whatever you want to call it, by talking. Oh, this past week, all the time. That's crazy. That would be like, hey, dude, you need to stop. We're trying to focus. We're in the middle of the dragon's lair. Things are getting dicey. And another one, I forgot. I just lost it.
Well, while
Oh,
you're
that's a
forgetting,
great one.
I'm going to interrupt you with a super chat since it's $20. Law Dog says for $19.99, thank you very much. Almost 60 people watching and not even 25 likes. What's wrong? Everybody hates
Where's
me.
my hockey fans at? Come on.
Yeah, we're the hockey
Show up.
fans. Hit that like button, support the channel, please. Appreciate that, Law Dog. Thank you very much. Did you think about what you're going to say, Randy?
I did. I thought of the other one. And this is because, I mean, I know everybody does their own thing, but if like 5 of the 6 guys are like, okay, the sheriff said it's likely the old mansion where the bandits are hanging out. That's where we're going first. And then you get some guy, I forgot. I'm going to head over here and talk to this alchemist about something I want to do. And like, just wants to derail everything, or is like, I'm going to just go ahead and try to find a way to make dynamite. When things get goofy, that really annoys me. I mean, I want to try to do a stupid thing that doesn't make any sense in the setting. I'm like,
Right.
Okay, got to follow up then. This has come up on a bunch of different streams, and I'll just say that people have very strong opinions on both sides of the fence on this one. I'm going to use the example that I used every time because it's there. In Earthdawn, there's an adventure out there, Terror in the Skies. It specifically says in the adventure, if the players try to come up with the idea of a parachute, their characters wouldn't do that. It doesn't exist in the world. The idea doesn't exist because the world is too high magic. Nobody would even contemplate something like that in this setting. Plus, who's going to be the first person that makes it and tries to live, right? Kind of thing. So if you're talking about like the dynamite or just something that's out of scope, it's a 21st century concept in say a 12th century game. Right, exactly. How do you handle that with the player then? Or in terms of vetting?
If I know someone's like that, I mean, and I know a couple of our guys are like that, I tend not to invite them to my games. That's the truth. I have some friends I like that I don't invite to my games for that reason. Yep. I mean, that's how I do it. If I know, if I don't know it, I'll be like, as soon as they do, I'll be like, dude, that's literally ridiculously.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, most of my friends get it. And they don't have a problem with that. But every now and again, you'll get somebody either new in the group or like I was in the military, so be PCS out and in, and somebody new would come to the table, all of a sudden just start arguing with you over something like that. Well, it's scientific, of course I can.
What color is the laser? What color's the laser?
No, come on, you can't use that. That's also my. Yeah, Garthon used to do that, and I love Garthon. He's actually one of the best players at my table. But he used to work on lasers. He's biomedical technician. He fixes MRIs and all that other nonsense. And he would actually ask that: is it a chemical laser or light laser? And what color is it? Because it goes pew pew. Okay, what do you want? Another $20 super chat, and then unless you guys have anything else, I'll ask Ultra the question. I drink, therefore I am for $19.99. Thank you for the $19.99. Really do appreciate this. This is distracting. The inability to remain focused during combat or role playing, and when it comes back to their turn, it's deer in the headlights. Yeah, guy that played the Game Boy, and then when it's his turn, started looking up the spell.
Didn't even think of that. No,
not allowed.
No cell phones, playing games.
No, tabbing away.
No.
People look at me like I'm absolutely crazy when I say I don't allow cell phones at the table.
Well,
I don't
allow them.
You can have it in your pocket, obviously, or whatever,
right.
But you're not going to be fiddling on it. I don't. Hey, it's not like where I work. Put the cell phones over there. You can't have it in the secure environment. No, but you're not going to be pulling it out during play. And no.
So, just a quick thought I had, because that you brought that up before we go into me answering the question. Did you all see the Reddit post of the 44 GM rules?
That was a long time ago. Yeah,
sounds vaguely familiar.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I still remember that because there were a lot of the rules when I was actually reading through, because I actually found like every single rule, and I was just like, I actually agree with most of these, even though the delivery was poor, but it made sense.
There were some good points.
You just reminded me. I asked somebody a question on Reddit the other day and I forgot to go back and I never use Reddit. So
that's because Reddit is cancer and it will give you cancer. So stay off
Reddit.
Crispy's correct.
TikTok as well.
Oh yeah,
and Pedo Sky, as I call it now.
Okay, moving on.
Sorry,
gaming channel. All right, so Ultra, let's ask you the question here. As a GM, how do you vet players based on your group's gaming style, whether it focuses on heavy roleplay, beard pretzels, or something else?
So again, with my vetting process, I'm mostly online. It's if you're actually got a campaign idea you want to run, but you don't know the people very well that you're running for, do a one shot with that system first. Like I've shared on here previously, my City of Mist campaign I'm running now, I did 2 one shots with that system with the players I have before actually asking them if they want to do a campaign. And excuse me, the session 0 is also another one, because you're laying down the groundwork for the game. The character creation actually helps me a lot with my characters, because it tells me who actually took the time to read over at least the basics of the game and how to make their characters. Like, I'll still walk them through it, but it's like most of the time they already have an idea of what they want their character to be. They have already like a few bits and pieces already made of their sheets already. So I expect I expect that at least from them. And then, like I've shared before, like especially in laying down, because I do this now, I lay down we're here to have fun, we're here to play a game, but I am the GN and I enact rule 0 at my table. So you can talk to me about a rule if you disagree with it. If you think I did something wrong, let me know. We can look it up together. But what's final will be final if it gets to that point, though. And I make that very clear now with all my players, especially, again, with some of the stuff I went through, because what happened was, so this is the story. So I used to run an old podcast, because I do some small podcasting on the side, just some actual plays here and there. And it was 3 players, and one of them was a girl. It was one of the rare times I've ever actually had a girl in one of my tables. It's not that I don't invite them to my tables. It's just rare to get one at my table usually. And she played through the entire adventure and then decided to turn around and start complaining about this and that and this and that, but never mentioned it at all at any point on air or off air that she had these issues. And I was just like, and I'm one of those people where it's like, you have to tell me these things, because again, we're online. I can't read body language or pick up social cues. you have to tell me these things. And that's even in person as well, as I say. And so she goes on Twitter, X at the time, and then she starts making all this stuff about me, saying how I did this and this, and I'm still just like, you didn't share any of these concerns with me. How was I supposed to know you were uncomfortable if you're not going to tell me? Because I'm not here to make you uncomfortable. Now there may be some uncomfortable things your characters may end up going through, and I usually make that very clear ahead of time during the session zero. Like, this game is going to include some very disturbing or dark themes. Are you okay with that? And if the player says no, then you may want to find another table. I've never had anyone say no, I'm fine. No, I don't want to deal with that. All my players have usually been fine with it. But this one always stuck out with me because, again, she plays through the whole adventure and then turns around and complains about everything. And that really is what put me on the path of the gatekeeping is good and vetting my players kind of deal, because I'm like, I don't want to have to deal with that, because that not just ruins it for me now, that ruins it for everyone else as well.
So, question for you with that dark themes thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find that that's a new, not a new concept, that they're dark theme? The fact you have to tell people that, I don't ever remember going back to the 80s and 90s that we ever had to tell anybody this game might get dark. If it got dark, it got dark. If it didn't, it didn't. Like it seems to be like this new thing. And I'm not even talking about safety tools or anything weird. I hear a lot of people, even people that I kind of respect or know or play with, whatever, that talk about this stuff like, hey, I got to make sure I let these guys know that my game can get dark. Why? Like, go ahead.
So, again, coming in a bit of a late bloomer with the hobby, starting in 2019, when I first was started actually running games, I was always just been told that it's kind of a common courtesy thing, is you let, like, it wasn't even about the safety tools, it was just a common courtesy thing to let your players know what you're running, what it may contain, and if it's like a super dark thing like child murder or something, you like state that clearly. Now, again,
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
stating
really
it clearly for everybody. Nothing, literally nothing is off the table. Don't like it, don't play. All right, let's move on.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying for agreeing. So it's like I've just always been told it was common courtesy. Mostly was my answer to that.
No, I got you. Well, I mean, and as a new player, I can understand why you were told that that's a common courtesy. Crispy, you go back to the 80s. I know Randy goes back to probably the 42s or something. But I mean, is that something that that you guys had to do back then? Again, I never did any of my games in the 80s or 90s.
No.
Or is that something that's new to you or something? No, we did this back then.
I never did it back then. That was not.
No, never. I heard horror stories. People would complain, I can't believe this DM did that. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds kind of gross. But I've never
The only horror story I ever heard
labels.
was literally hitting on another player at the table, not character, player at the table, things like that. That's the only real horror stories I ever heard. I never heard of anything like, oh my God, he did this, let's just use like Goblin Slayer. He did this goblin rape scene or whatever, or this damsel in distress had one of her blouse parts down. So, he kind of described it. I never heard anything like that where anybody complained. And I just want to be very clear in case people haven't heard this before. My group in the 80s, half the group were women. I just never heard of that concept. But to be fair, that other stuff did kind of happen. And we had to shut that down quick, fast, in a hurry, because when you're teenagers with hormones, things get weird.
Yeah, we would do make some weird comments as a bunch of guys hanging around. We were like 13 and 14, goofy, look at her boobies or something dumb like that. But I would never even can I say the word? Can I say rape? I don't know if I can or not.
You're not supposed, YouTube doesn't
Okay.
like it, but
Okay.
I'm of the mindset, if it's in context, I don't care.
Sexual assault. We wouldn't talk about that stuff. It just wasn't, we're there for high adventure, dude. We're not here for that stuff, and so that was us anyway.
Yeah. No, when it comes to words, I want to be very clear. Let's try to follow YouTube's terms of service where we try not to cuss and so forth. But at the same time, no, if you're making your point and that's the proper word to use it. And go ahead, Crispy.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, in agreement with you, Randy, that's just never what the games were about.
No.
And so it didn't really come up. The way I handle it now is I don't write a story. So where the game goes is as much what the players decide to do as the obstacle that I put in their way. I just start with the obstacle. Where it goes from there, well, it's a back and forth between me and them. It's not just that, okay, here's the scene where we have some horrible, assault of whatever, and this is going to be triggering for someone because of some real life trauma. I don't plot that out. If it tends to go to a darker themes, it's because the players have introduced that with their characters.
Well, that
in which
gives you
case,
some
if
color,
they're
Chris.
introducing it, then okay.
Right, that's what they want.
Yeah.
Good. Sure.
All right. Real quick, Ultra, I asked you the question, right?
Yes.
Okay, I thought I did, but I should be writing the names down in my notebook, but distracted. Well, then I've got a follow up for everybody here. Go ahead.
Can
Randy,
I ask
go ahead.
Ultra a question?
Please, by all means, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Randy. You were going to say something.
Actually, I was just going to warn Max. You said 8:00. Tell you when it's past. Oh, your time. Never mind.
Yeah, my time. We're in between second and third period. Go ahead, Chris.
My bad.
So Ultra, you said something that I thought was interesting, that you use the character creation as a bit of a test, or to see whether or not the players are willing to learn the rules or what have you. Could you share what you would consider a red flag or something from a character creation? Like, so this player comes back, here's my character sheet. What would you be looking for on that character sheet as a red flag that this is potentially not a good fit?
Sorry, I'm trying to think quickly about it for a second, because never that's a question I've never been asked before, so that's a new one on me. Trying to think of a red flag. Well, I would assume, because usually, like, I'll usually have them provide me with the character sheet when it's time for that point, so that way if they do already have like some basics down, they at least look over it and look for it. Like, I would say, like, if you don't even have your stats already rolled up and you don't have them like already posted or if you don't have your stats just listed somewhere on there, then yeah, I would consider that like a big red flag. Now for me, because so with City of Mist, your stats are more based on like how you word things, because it's a power tag system, so you have to word things out very carefully. So I would say in that course, if they're just like doing very like basic kind of just wording of like, because you have to answer questions and stuff, I would consider that kind of a red flag. It just depends on how new that person is to the game. Like, if you've already played several games of City of Mist, and then you're coming into my game and you're not even like fully, you don't even have like half the character sheet done at least, I would consider that a big red flag. Now, if you're new and you're like making some sort of an effort, I may overlook that a little bit and try and help you out. And I usually will help my players out if they have questions or they want to figure out like how to word something. I will usually help them with that. But I would say like those are some examples of some red flags in regards to character creation that I can think of just right now.
Yeah, thanks. That makes sense.
I have a question for you, Ultra. So I don't know City of Mist, but the question would be this. Could someone come in, and I'm kind of stealing this from Paydar Ruwan at 826. He has a good question. Do they ever come in and bring a character that just doesn't fit what you're setting? Like, I'm going to play a ninja. Dude, we're playing, Middle Ages Europe. What are you doing? We're trying to do a Rippers campaign or something. We're going to do that, and you're supposed to be Victorian era monster hunters. Okay, I guess you're a ninja. Is that something you've ever seen, or would that bother you if they said, I didn't bring a character that even fits the setting?
I have not had that experience yet, but again, City of Mist, it takes place more modern day. So you could in the game technically make a ninja-like character that's like a baker that works with a bakery or a coffee shop, as we've been saying during the day. So that is a possibility you can do. Now, of course, you can't have that in like a typical fantasy game unless you're playing with the Eastern Avengers, of course, like from AD&D or the White Box one that Bloat Games has out there. You could do a ninja in that, but not in like a typical like medieval setting fantasy game. But again, I've never had that issue before, so I can't quite fully answer that question.
Well, okay. Well, I was just saying that, someone ever brought something. Okay.
All right. Question I have for all of you. Have you, and if you say no, I'm going to call you a liar. Who is this question? This is to Chris, so we'll start with Crispy on this one. Have you ever discovered that a prospective player's style was drastically different from yours, and how did you address it? Did you integrate? Did you compromise, or did you gatekeep?
When you say gatekeep, do you just mean invite them not to come back?
Yeah. Gatekeeping. So to me, gatekeeping your table is not a bad thing. It's
No. Me neither. I just wanted to make sure I understand the question.
Absolutely.
So, I have had an experience with this. Someone was invited to the game, and in fact, they were emphatic that they wanted to join the game, and we let them join. And quite clearly, after the first session, I think they had maybe 2 sessions with us. It was clear what they wanted was different than what we wanted. And so after that game session, I asked them to stay while everyone else left, and I just had a very polite breakup talk where I explained to him, look, you know what, it looks like you're having a good time, but what you want is different than what we want. And rather than continue this, it's going to cause too much friction. You know what? It's just not the right fit for us. And I've been broken up with enough that I know how to break up with people. And so it was fine, but I would caution those viewers watching, be careful about how much compromise you're willing to do. Everything is a trade-off. Yeah, that's right, Crafty. I just said, look, it's not your fault. It's my fault.
I actually used that when I was dating somebody many years ago, but the thing was, I was being 100% true about it, and she thought I was just giving her a line.
No. And it's not a lie. Look, it's just the truth. We're not a good fit.
She got more angry that I used that line, even though it was 100% true.
I mean, the individual involved, he took it well. And I said, look, and I had examples. I'm like, when you were doing this, it made everyone uncomfortable. When you were doing this, it just doesn't fit for what we're looking for. You're going for a different tone. As I explained when I gave you the elevator pitch, it's not this kind of clown shoes type comedic adventure. It's more of a world simulation. And that's what we want. You want comedic adventure, you take your pick, Rick and Morty style. That's not what we're doing. I'm sure you can find it. It's just not at this table. And that's better. So be careful. My advice to, new GMs or people watching this, you don't have to compromise on things. If you've already happy with and your players are happy with how things are, and there's a new person in the group, why do you need to compromise? You don't. And you can be polite about it, but tear off the Band-Aid and just tell them it's not the right fit.
So talking about clown shoes, if you go to the Legion of Myth Redbubble or Spreadshirt store, link is in the description, you can get your very own clown shoe shirt.
Oh, I need to get one.
I need to get one too.
It actually says, keep your clown shoes at home. All right, Randy, I'll ask you the same question. Have you ever discovered a prospective player's style was drastically different from yours, and how did you address it? Integrate, compromise, or gatekeep?
Yeah, I had a guy probably 15 years ago. I guess I'd been in Michigan about probably 8 years. So we moved here, and this is not so much this was funny. I'm not sure I'm answering the question because I thought his style was spot on because we had met. I forgot how we had met. We'd had lunch together. He was an old school guy. 3rd edition was fairly new. He was into the idea of playing. He was ready to do it. And it wasn't I'm not sure if it was his play style or not. He annoyed everyone at the table. And it wasn't even because of his gaming. He was so OCD. I mean, if you got up and left the table and came back, like to the restroom or wherever, he would always say, "Did you wash your hands? Did you wash your hands?" And he was just like, you'd reach in and get a chip and he'd be like, "Did you wash your hands?" He'd panic. And I was like, and after a while, I mean, it wouldn't stop. And I was just like, after that, I'd called him and I meant to meet him because I was like, I want to tell him face to face, kind of like, Crispy, I don't want to do this over the phone or via email. I said, dude, this is just not working out. I mean, it was just driving people crazy. And he was just like, yeah, I didn't really like it very much. And I was like, I understand. That's cool. So let's still be buddies. And he actually gave me a book. I borrowed a book from him. We chatted for a little bit and stayed kind of in contact for a very quick minute. But yeah.
Well, no, you bring up a really good point there, Randy, because one of the things I think people, especially in this modern day and age, so many people keep acting like, I have OCD, I have ADD, you have to cater to me. No, I really don't.
No.
Let's look at me. I have misophonia. He said somebody had chips at the table. I'm about to punch somebody in the throat if I hear that crunching of the chips.
You'd have a hard time. You'd have a hard time at our table, Max.
Right.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I will see myself out. I'll talk to you about it. I'll let you know before the game starts. I can't be around this. If you're like, yeah, we'll control it, and then you don't, I will see my way out. Or what you're probably going to do is like, oh, dude, we don't play without chips and pizza and so forth. That's just part of the fun. Yeah. Then I'm not going to be in your game. And the thing is you don't have your table shouldn't be conforming to my issues.
I agree.
All right, Ultra. Same question for you. Have you ever discovered that a prospective player's style was drastically different from yours, and how did you address it? Integrate, compromise, or gatekeep?
So, I'm going to say no, but I'm giving a reason why I'm answering it that with a no, because I am usually very accommodating, as in I don't expect my players to be the exact same way at the table.
Wouldn't that then just be integrate?
So, I guess in a way that would be, and I guess it's just everyone integrating it for the game. I guess you could say it as that way. So I guess yes, in a sense, but I don't look at it that way. I look at everyone's just being who they are at the table, and then if they want to play their character one way and someone else plays their character another, it's fine. Because again, with a lot of games I run, it's constantly trying to think of, okay, what's happening next? I have maybe something planned, but I also got to prepare for something else on the fly happens as well. Because I'm always trying to think one step ahead, and it's like I have stuff, like I know what one character may do, but I also have to prepare for the 20 other things that I didn't expect that character to do at the same time.
Okay.
Which is part of the fun, which is part of why I like being a GM, is I'm constantly like trying to think ahead of everyone usually. And everyone has their own style. Like I don't expect one player to role play as well as a different player at the table. Everyone's going to be different. Everyone's going to have, now of course we should all have the same expectations. It just kind of depends on if everyone wants to get one thing or another thing. And that's a whole other story, so I'm not going to get that far into it in that regard. But I would just, for the most part, I would answer integrate, I guess. So yes, on that regard.
So one of the things at my tables, again, I sound really hardcore when I talk about you have to be in first person, you have to do this, you have to do that. Our big deal was, especially with new people, as long as you're trying, 9 times out of 10, probably even more than that, but we'll go with 9 times out of 10. I, as the game master, didn't have to say anything. The players would say something. Hey, don't ask if you can do something, just try to do it. Or don't ask if you can talk to another player, just talk to the other character, I should say. I wouldn't even have to say it most of the time because we kind of all fell into the same way of role playing in that regard. But if the person's being obstinate, no, I'm not doing that. No. Well, then you're not good for the table. And that's where I think that in my terms, I'm not disparaging you at all. I'd say your way is too loosey-goosey for my taste. Because I do want the players to be immersed in playing. If Randy's the only person not doing, first person, but I know that every time he's like, I'm doing this, whatever, then I know he's trying. But if he's like, no, that's silly to me, I'm not going to sit there, Joe. Then ultimately I probably wouldn't have you in my game long term. I'd give you just enough time to just see if you're willing to come around. Because a lot of times people say, no, I don't do that. And then when they see that everybody around them is doing it, it's kind of like peer pressure. They just start doing it.
Now I thought of something else. I had a good friend I'd met in college. He actually changed the way I role play. So we did integrate him. He was a heavy first person, get into character. He would even do voices sometimes, which annoyed some of my friends, but they liked him so much they put up with him.
That can be annoying, yeah.
It can for some people, but he was really good. And I think I changed the way I played after I gamed with this guy, Nate. He showed me how you could really engage as a character. Rather than saying the Lich does this, my fighter does this, the wizard does this, I tell the guy, no, I'm not doing this, instead of saying I tell the guy no. And so to kind of get into the character and, engage the world, he did that. And I think it changed me. Yeah. I think I can almost pinpoint that was the time when I changed. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, so just to respond back to,
just one second. We're running long here, so I'm going to give Ultra the last comment before we move on and read some chat here. Go ahead, Ultra.
It was just to respond to what you said really quick. Was I have not had the issue where someone just at my table said, I'm not doing that, because I make it the habit of I'm constantly like, okay, this is a scene. What does your character do? Or you are talking to this person. What are you saying to them? I'm constantly asking that player at the table, what does your character do? Because again, I believe in player agency as much as GM agency. The players control their character. I'm controlling the world, though. So they get to decide what their characters do, what they say, and then I create how the world around them reacts to all that as well.
Personally, I'm not a fan of the "what does your character do" thing, but I get it. I absolutely get it. Played many years like that, so I understand. All right, next segment is going to be players. How do you vet your game master? This one was how do you vet the players. Now we're going to talk about you're looking for a group maybe, and you want to get that good game master for you. You want to give Crispy some massages, and you're like, I'm going to join this group.
Get in line.
Everybody wants to massage Crispy.
All right.
Very massageable.
I already read the super chats because they're $20. So let's start here. Oh man, I've run games for players where we've had 2 to 3 sessions that were all RP before the next combat. I bet you there's probably at least half the people in my chat right now going, no, never. But I've actually had those as well. I don't know if I've gone 2 to 3 full sessions, but we've done full 8-hour sessions where we didn't roll the dice at all. And as long as I hate this term, but I have to do it. But as long as they were having fun, who cares?
Hey, you know what? Here's the secret. You can role play combat too.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be 2 separate entities of the same game.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep.
So, but again, there are going to be other people out there like, I don't want, oh my God, if I'm just sitting around a table yapping for 2 to 3 sessions, I'm out. It's different strokes for different folks. But yeah, that I don't know if I would call that fun necessarily. I'd had to have been there to determine if that was fun or not. But if your players had fun, good on them.
That's kind of a funny response, isn't it? That what you said, like, oh my God, if I'm sitting there for 2 or 3 hours just yapping, isn't that all we're doing anyway?
No, some people take the game really tactically. Some people
I get it. We do too. But you're yapping while you're doing it.
Yeah, but
I don't provoke an attack of opportunity. I move on top of the hill.
Yeah. You know what we're talking about, though. But they're not talking about that. They're just talking that in character stuff. The buying rope.
The talkie. Yeah. Gotcha.
So, Crafty keeps bringing it up. Yes, we know, Crafty. You have a furry porn guy story. You can tell that in the after show.
Gross.
Yeah, he's told it a few times. But yeah, furry porn guy watching furry porn at the table in the middle of a game in a public coffee shop while they were gaming. And you know what? They all became furries after that.
Burn it with fire.
Rocky Macabre. How about just say something if something gets so bad, right?
Well, that's what I said. They need to say something.
Yeah.
That used to be the common thing, right? Now it's changed different. It used to be the common advice in role playing was talk to your players, talk to your game master. That was the most common repeated refrain. It's true though.
People have lost that art. It's not, well, you didn't write it in the legal document beforehand that this was going to happen. Shut up. Shadow and Sun for Ultra says, what? You let players roll stats without watching Ultra?
I mean, it does kind of come to what Crispy mentioned earlier about trusting your players and the players being able to trust you. I don't know if I'm kind of paraphrasing, I think, with that, but I do. Like, I don't if I read your character sheet later and I see oh wait, you have 3 or 4 18s. Yeah, I'm going to question that. But it's I don't I roll my stats online, but I screenshot them and I'll send them to the GM and be like, hey, these are the stats I rolled. So, I mean, I don't have a big issue with it. I believe in being honest with each other, and I haven't had someone not be honest with me yet. So,
I've rolled 3 18s with exploding 2d6s.
So in Dungeons and Dragons, when I run it, I don't even allow 2 18s. I don't care if you roll it in front of my face. Nope, I don't let you keep 2 18s.
I've always wanted to challenge a player to play a character with all 18s. You can have it.
I mean, to be fair, it isn't going to matter that much. But my mentality is the strongest man in the world isn't also the most dexterous man in the world. That's just not, you're not going to convince me that the verisimilitude is broken. Also,
how do you play a perfect character?
What's that?
How do you play a perfect character?
Well, it's still easy to kill somebody with all 18s too.
Oh, sure.
But the thing is what they end up doing is they come. Here's the problem. It isn't about what you're going to do to the world. It's what you're going to do. Oh, well, Randy's got all 18s and Crispy's got 9s and 12s. Randy's just going to solve everything. Crispy's going to feel like crap because a lot of these games are still based on your stats.
Sure.
So he's the thief, but somehow you have higher dexterity than him. That's weird, you know. And so I just don't allow it. The other thing is what I've come to as I've grown. And people are going to be like, that's not grown. That's horrible. I now do, this is Dungeons & Dragons specifically, you roll 5d6, get rid of the lowest and the highest. It makes that bell curve even bigger. So it makes even more average stats because I believe in the zero to hero, not the hero to superhero type game. But that's my style. My style is different than other people's style.
Yep.
And then finally, Lord Mattias, and I wanted to address this specifically. I like it where the participants ask each other questions. Good stream, Legion of Myth. Thank you very much. I'm not worried about that second sentence as much as I am the first one. No, this is exactly what I want. I want this to be a conversation, not just me asking them a question and lecturing, and getting a lecture back, I should say. So yes, I asked the question to get the ball rolling. I like to ask a follow-up just to dive into a little bit more. And then what I really want is for them to ask, have a conversation back and forth. The only thing I've ever asked them is like, hey, please don't spill your little lecture time during the back and forth so that I can still ask you the question. But other than that, it's about them. It's not about me. I'll interject. You know me, I can't shut up anyway, so I will interject when I want to. But I appreciate that. And this is absolutely the format of the show and the way it should be. So these guys are doing great. And I appreciate them being here, and I appreciate everybody watching. Okay, so, and yeah, 2 super chats. Thanks again for the super chats we got. Let me put this up on the screen. Oh no, I'm going to miss hockey for a few seconds. No. The charity we support is the Wounded Warrior Project, a national nonpartisan organization whose mission is to honor and empower wounded warriors. Please refer to the video's description for the link to where you can make your hopefully tax-deductible donation. And of course, as always, if you enjoy this discussion, please like this video and subscribe to all of the panelists' channels, which you can find in the description. I just thought of something for you, Randy. You should send me a link to your book.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think of that.
It doesn't have to be your YouTube channel, whatever you want to promote for yourself, and I can add that to I'll have to do it after the fact because I've got hockey on the screen over here.
Sure,
but
no
if you can send that to me on Discord, that would be perfect.
Cool.
When you have the time.
Will do.
Okay. Now we are going into segment 3, or as I was supposed to say apparently last time, period 3, because it's a hockey game. But I have 4 segments, so it's not really periods, but whatever. And we're going to start with Randy on this one. Randy, Are you ready, sir?
I'm ready.
Randy, as a player, how do you vet your game master?
First thing I look for is the DM going to allow me opportunity at the table to actually get into my character some. I like to actually do some first-person role-playing. I need them to have some interesting challenges for us. If it's too dull, like my worst, how can I say this? In recent memory, the worst game master I played with was at a local game store. We went down there and he told us when we got there, I run only random dungeons. And I didn't know what he meant exactly. Like I was kind of thinking, you just randomly grab one that's been pre-printed or pre-made, like a module, and run it. That's not what he meant. He meant as we sat down, he rolled it up and whatever happened, happened. We were literally in a normal dungeon, walked into a room which he described, and then he goes, there's an aboleth. That's weird. And we go ahead and we proceed to fight this aboleth. And I'm like, where's the water source? I didn't say it out loud, but I'm thinking, how is this thing here? And then next thing you know, here's an avatar of Orcus. I'm like, what are you doing? And it just didn't make any sense. And he truly meant random. And I can't abide that. I would not last. I was courteous. We played a couple hours, but once it was over, as soon as he gave me a window, I'm like, I'm out.
I want to see how hardcore you are about this.
Mm-hmm.
Are you like me where dungeons have to make sense? And I know some people out there hate that. They think that's the dumbest thing ever. They have to make some sort of sense for me or I lose all sort of verisimilitude. I don't like, the dungeon of the crazy mage. Now that actually makes a little more sense if it's nutballs.
Yeah.
But most dungeons, cave systems, whatever, have to make some sort of sense to me. Otherwise, you absolutely lose me as a player.
I can dig a funhouse dungeon like Wine Plume Mountain. I can be down for that every once in a while. But honestly, I like a setting that makes sense. The dungeons, if you have a dungeon, I want it to make sense in your world. I'm, yeah, I
Okay.
just have a hard time if it's kind of goofy all the
Me
time
too.
and random
Now,
and
it
weird.
doesn't have to meet all types of realism, like exactly how how does the sewage system work or what?
No,
No, but it just has to make some sort of sense.
some sort of sense.
Uh, yeah. Okay. You're like me on that. So your real follow up question though is, for you personally, do you look for a game master who emphasizes cinematic play, or do you prefer someone who focuses on tactical encounters?
Believe it or not, I personally like cinematic play, and I
Mhm.
I like to RP. So I don't like. Here's the truth. I kind of don't care about the mechanics.
Okay.
I don't get all worked up about the mechanics. Um, when I'm a player, I'll try almost any game. Um, I'm not going to do for peripheral stuff like X cards and stuff like that. I'll bounce immediately. I'm not into that. But as far as the mechanics go, I don't care. Yeah, I like more cinematic. I mean, I was
Okay.
kind of when we played that Rifts game. I'll use this as an example. I looked at the rules, and I remember playing Rifts a long time ago. And I'm like, man, this is annoying. It's not hard. It's just every little piece, 1% per level here, 2% per level here. And I was like, this is crap. I am not going to like this. Then when we got together, I'm like, wow, we're playing this in a cinematic style, sort of. And I'm like, I'm cool with this. There's not a lot of fiddly bits. I mean, and it's funny because sounding from me when I DM, I tend to, my players like fiddly bits. And so I'll help them out. But if I'm playing, no.
So I
Do
was mentioning earlier in the stream that I asked a question on Reddit the other day and forgot to go back to it. That question was actually about Palladium. Somebody said, "Oh, Palladium's clunky," and one of the things I love to do when people say that is, "What's clunky about it?" Because here's what I find out: it's one of two things. Always one of two things. They can't find what they're looking for in the book, which I can't really argue with them on that,
Mhm.
except for I have a complete argument against that as well. But two, it's just a preference versus people who like we'll just say one page rules type games, like Rysis or something like that. There are people who just want a really simple, why can't I just roll a d20 and go? I personally find that boring as hell. But what people don't get right, and I'm not going to dive into a big Palladium rant here, I'm just going to say it here, is that Palladium is a framework. Actually, I'm really considering having Kevin and I, next time we talk about that in more depth, because Kevin's picked up that term as well, and I love it. Because he's basically agrees, yeah, it's meant to be a framework, not your ultimate guide to rules, say like Pathfinder is. And so just hearing what you said before, yeah, when you first look at it, you see all those percentages, and you see this, and you're like, oh my God, I've got like 30 some skills, and I have to remember what they are. Not really. That's the game master's job to some degree. Or if you're trying to do something, you either do it or the game master says, do you have a skill for that? And then you roll for it. And then you just move on.
Yeah, I guess when building the character, it just kind of threw me off. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
So I thought someone was going to say, well, Crispy, were you going to say something?
I do have a question for you if Max
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, yep. Go ahead. It's your turn.
So you mentioned one of the kind of hot button issues for you is whether or not the game master is dull. Can you give us some more color on that? Like
Yes.
what do you consider dull? Obviously the guy that just was going to populate starting with A in the monster manual and just going through each room and random on everything. What
Dull-
other examples of dull would you give
Dull
us?
could be that may be a little harsh. Let me expand upon that. I like a DM who knows his setting and can give me a view of it when I'm playing so that I know what kind of world we're in. And I don't know how to define this perfectly because I've played with both kinds. I want the DM to be prepared to play, whatever that means for what we're doing. Okay. I really have a hard time when a DM's like constantly is, I don't, let me think about this. And I guess probably instead of dull, preparation, probably because I'm kind of anal when I prepare. And I understand there's people that can do zero prep and I never know it. I've had DMs that were fabulous and just was going off the cuff. But I want to feel like there's a game I'm sitting down to play and the DM is ready to play it with me.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want. And and maybe it's not, I don't need a guy to be like, do cool voices and, necessarily, be a thespian, but I do need him to care a little bit about the setting and help me to engage in it and my character to find some meat on the bone that I can grab. Does that
Thank you.
help?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Okay, Ultra, you got anything, or I can ask you the question?
I had a question. Now I just lost it.
Oh.
So I'm sorry.
That's fine. Well, let's just move on over to you if you guys want to continue the discussion a little bit. So, Ultra, as a player, how do you vet your potential game master? Wait, did I not ask this question properly? I don't remember. Oh my God, Randy, I asked you the segment title, not the actual question.
Oh. Okay.
Pro streamer here. All right, well,
No.
Ultra, you're going to get the actual question.
I
As a
probably
player,
answered
how
it.
do you vet your potential game master, and what are your must-haves or must-nots, and preferences or wants or do not wants?
So this is kind of, I'm trying to find the words to say this because I'm so used to being a forever GM for such a long time that it's only like this past year I've actually started playing more. Like comparison the
Well, you
game
can also
master.
do it as a hypothetical as well.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about in the games I've been playing because so it's like most of the games I'm in I already have some sort of established friendship with the game master already. Like I've talked to them for a while. I've interacted with them like outside of games, and I've even like either ran a game for them or I played alongside them in the game. So it's someone. So first, is it going to be someone that I'm going to get along with? Because I think as a player, you should somewhat get along with your game master, unless you're absolutely brand new. Of course, would be the exception for that. But that would be my first thing. Second would be, is this actually going to be? Is he going to be running a game that I actually will be interested in? Because I don't want to join a game and be let down by the expectations because I thought it was going to be something else. And I'm also thinking about there's been 2 games that I have left that I was a player in just because of how badly it went. So it's funny because the first one I left, it was the game master. The first one I left it where the game master was running it was also the reason why I left the second game, and that game master was a player in that second game. Because the first game we were actually play testing a mutual friend's system that was like a D10 system. It was like some cyberpunk post apocalypse future, corporate is taking over and all that. And we were trying to like spy in on some big meeting or something, or we were like trying to set up an ambush. And I don't know how I even got to the role, but it got to a point where the role says the GM just goes, "Oh, a sniper catches you, just shoots you in the head, you're dead." Granted, we're playtesting the system. This is the first time I've even playtested the system. These other people have had some experience with it during this playtest, and when that happened, I'm actually like silent because I'm like, wait, excuse me, I'm dead. Because I think this is going to be kind of a controversial thing. Like, if you're a new player, if you're a GM running a game for a brand new player, like I don't expect you to hold back, but I say if you want to keep them around, you want to take it a tiny bit, like a very minuscule bit easy on them. Like you shouldn't outright just kill them off the bat unless they did the stupid decision to kill them. Again, I know it's controversial, but for me, being someone new to the game, that really changed how I viewed that game for me. Because I was like, one, that's a very busted rule. Two, if one roll can mean instant death for me, why would I bother playing? That just kind of takes all the fun out of it. Like if I was playing for a long time and it was like multiple hits that caused me death, big difference. But one hit, instant death, and it's a brand new game I never played before, I lost all interest in that game after that, and I never played it again because of that. So
Okay.
that's just kind of my thoughts about what I'm looking for in the game, if as a player.
So, how do you balance? Uh-oh, I missed a goal. Dang it! That's okay. It was the wrong team anyway. How do you? Oh my God! Would you cut, please? Thank you. How do you balance your own desire for a specific type of game with your GM's vision when deciding if you should join? And I base on something you said earlier about game style.
I think you.
So
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
this could be anything from maybe you wanted a beer and pretzels game, or maybe you wanted a tactical game, or maybe you wanted a science fiction game, and something else came up out of that. This isn't necessarily about one theme, but it could be anything. Like you were really hoping for this, and then it turned out to be something else, or you decide that you're going to sit at the table, and he's not running the type of game that you were really hoping to be in.
I think actually the story that I just shared with y'all, I think that kind of answers that question a little bit for me, because I went into that game expecting like this cyberpunk. I'm going to be like this this badass character that's going to go out, like take down corporations or beat up some bad guys. But instead, it became it turned from going and hacking to becoming very high stakes that were basically deathly, which I was not aware was even going to happen in the first place. So definitely that was a big thing. What I expected the game was not balanced with how the GM was running it, and that actually led to a very big argument that me, the GM, and it was actually just a whole group argument because the GM was like, your roll sucked. So of course you died, and like me and all the other players at the table were like,
let's step back for a moment. And I guess what I'm looking for here, because you did say that, and that is it's a good point for people to grab onto. But how do you balance your own desire in this regard? Are you the type of person to be like, you know what, it doesn't matter to me, I'll just play, or like, no, I'm looking for this, you said it was gonna be this, I'm out, or I'm looking for this, I was hoping for this, but it's not, do I adjust and play, or do I bail? You know, how do you balance that within yourself?
Well, what you said there was kind of my answer was, okay, this was not what I expected, so I bailed. Because if that's how it's gonna be, and I know I'm not gonna have a good time with it, I bail. So definitely let me know the expectations beforehand, I guess. So I don't know if that answers your question. I apologize for that.
No, you're good. No score. Ha! Still 3-0 Stillwater. Anyway, no, it's because, you know, I've known people that adjust, but I agree with you completely, and I think the other guys would as well. And I'm not speaking for them though, where it's like, whether it's session zero as we call it now, or even back in the day, it'd be like, hey guys, I got this great idea for this D&D thing I want to run right off the bat that tells you so many things, and then you can get into it more, you know, if you need to. You know, it's like, oh yeah, what I want to do is I want to do everybody's a bunch of warriors, and then we're just going to go, we use a warrior's handbook, that's it, and then we're just going to play that way. Okay, you now know the tone of the game. Of course, if you try to come in and be like, well, I want to be a thief, that's a warrior type. No, I said warriors, right? You know, but if you're like, yeah, I'm not interested in that, you bail, like you said. So my point in there was, I'm rambling, I'm going to stop. I haven't even drank yet.
I have a question for
you guys get
Ultra.
Go ahead. Yep.
So Ultra, I'll make sure I understand this. So were you put off more because of the deadliness of the game? You weren't expecting that? I'm not sure I caught what you said. What threw you off from, I'm expecting, because it sounds like you were spying on a meeting, so you were doing cyberpunky stuff, right?
Yeah.
But what threw you off again? Maybe I just missed it.
So this was we were playtesting some game, and I kind of went into it more thinking Cyberpunk Red, I guess.
Okay.
And so I guess I would say yes to how deadly it just suddenly got, without knowing that it was going to be like that. Did completely kind of throw me off a little bit, because like I don't mind a challenge or a lethal encounter. I have no issue with that if I know it's going to happen, if that's the expectation. But if you're just going to do that, and then, because what I like to do is I like to give players still a way out to see, can you be smart and figure out how this lethal encounter, or to fight it off. If it's just always rocks fall, squish, you're dead, without the option of trying to figure out how to avoid the rocks, that turns me off away really quick.
So it wasn't just the concept of being able to die in the game. That wasn't it. It was more because it felt like it was heavy-handed and you weren't ready for it.
That too, yes. It was a little bit of a lot of stuff, yeah.
Like it's just a capricious thing where you're dead now. Is that fair? Like it was just his whim?
Well, yeah, that's kind of what he said, because he was able to, like, well, it was in the rule, so of course I had to use it on you. And I'm just like, just because it's in the rules, again, we're playtesting these rules. And right after that, we all went, that thing's broken, that needs to be reworded. But the fact that he's like, oh, of course it was in the rulebook, so of course I'm going to use it on you. That the attitude too also played a hand in it from the GM as well.
Okay. Anything else for Ultra? Otherwise, I'll move on to Crispy.
Yeah, I was gonna ask a question, but I think Randy kind of handled it. My question was, you had said earlier that you're mostly the game master, and it was only recently that you've been a player. With your perspective as a game master, how would you have handled that situation differently? Like you had this mechanic, player was caught by surprise, character gets greased, no save, you're dead, or whatever it is. To avoid what happened in your case, let's just suppose you were in the other seat. How would you have handled that differently?
So my thought process when I think about it is we were supposed to be spying on, they were part of this gang organization and they hired some like high tech people for like bodyguards. My thought process would be don't outright kill the person. Just I guess, sorry, I had space on the word for a second. Maim them, like take them out, take out their kneecaps or something, and then take them in for questioning, figure out what the heck they're doing there, who sent you, kind of deal, kind of a la mafia style kind of deal. That would be my thought process on that. Like, yeah,
Sure.
so instead of that sniper shot just outright killing you, it just basically like the critical could like. I'm sorry, I keep losing my words. I apologize.
I miss explained what my question was.
Oh.
Let's suppose that the facts remain the same, but now you're the game master. So we're not like, instead of saying, because I agree in principle that you could have said, well, this was a non-lethal thing, or now you're captured and brought in for. But let's just suppose that it happened when you were game mastering. How would you have handled, without changing the facts of what happened? How would you have handled that so you wouldn't have a player that said, you know what, throw up their hands and say, forget this game, I'm not coming back?
I mean, I don't know how to answer that question just because
Fair enough.
I don't see myself being that kind of GM. That's basically what it comes down to. I'm not like, I won't just outright kill you with one hit. I will take my time with it with my NPCs usually.
I'm going to say this is going to sound insulting, and I don't mean it to sound insulting, but I think this is a generational thing, because as Randy for sure knows, and Crispy may, I don't know if you did D&D back then, you took half your hit points in damage. You were rolling a system shock roll to see if you died. And you could have 5 hit points. You take 3, you fail that system shock, you're dead.
You're dead.
You know, like that's just, so I guess I'm used to that. Now, this isn't to quibble or say that anything Ultra said is necessarily wrong, but I do feel one of the things that he is saying there does embody or embrace a more modern style gaming, where it's like, come on, guys, don't kill the player right off the bat. Look, as a game master, if it's a new player at the table, I'm not going to fudge a roll, but I might change up the intent of. I mean, if you're shot with a bullet in the head, why were you in that position to get shot in the head? You know, but I might have we'll call it the enemy might be more bots than they are well thought out. You know, until you get used to the game, but ultimately death is part of the game, and so. I think it matters what the intent is a little bit there, and what the game master said about the game. And I know somebody is just screaming in chat here, playtest. Yeah, if it was a play test, you should die, because you're literally playtesting the rules. If it is a heavy RP game, then that should be something that kind of comes out in session 0.
I mean, I had a buddy. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Randy.
Go ahead. No, it's fine. Go ahead, Crispy.
I was just going to say, the reason for my question, Ultra, not to try to put you on the spot, is that it seems I would be very uncomfortable with that story if I was the player, and I just felt like it was a capricious thing. Like, okay, I just dead now, so what happens next? Like, did they not give you a chance to roll up a new character, or you get introduced, or we'll get you back into the next scene, or it was just like, okay, yeah, good, I killed Ultra and accomplishment unlocked or whatever, and then on to the next thing? Like, that's what I was getting at. Was it very antagonistic, like an oppositional type thing, player GM, or was it just? I guess I was just curious, because we run into this quite a bit.
Yeah, like I'd had a friend who's he's not as young as Ultra is, and he played OSC with us. We were thinking of playtest, and we were just trying it out at the table. I was trying to run the rules as written, and he got his first exposure to save versus poison or die. It happened to be the very first random encounter while I was running my module playtest, and he failed. And he goes, "What happens?" "Well, you're dead."
You're dead. That's
I
what
mean,
happened.
it's all there was to it.
Yep.
And I'm like, he falls over dead. And he's like, whoa. So he still makes fun of me. He goes, man, yeah, but at least it's not a snake biting me. And I'm like, well, that's what I rolled, dude. And we're kind of doing a little old school experience here. So
Sure.
it was a play test too. It was rough. It was rough. He didn't get to roll one die, not one attack. He rolled initiative, and that was it.
Yeah. Get caught with a sleep spell. Okay.
Correct. It's
That's
over.
it.
Game over.
You're done.
So
Well
I
said.
just want to be very clear. I can understand why that would be a turnoff to a player. I
Yes,
get it.
absolutely.
But I think that the other players around him and the game master can absolutely assuage that situation by having fun with it as well. Like, man, don't worry about your next character. It's happened to us all.
Yep.
Things that it doesn't happen every time you roll the die. Whatever. I think that the players at the table could have kind of made that experience a little more like, all right, yeah, that sucked, but let's move on.
They did because he was like, man, I can't believe I died. And they're like, that's nothing. They started to go off in some story.
It definitely the attitude he presented when that
Sure.
happened, and I tried to talk about it, was very much I'm the GM and this was in the rule book, so of course I was allowed to use this kind of deal, which it flies and it does at the same time for me, because
Sure.
again, I'm all about rule zero but still being able to have fun. It's a balancing act, like I've said on here before, because I believe it's possible to do both. And then it was also, this was not just a one shot. This was like an ongoing playtest of the game they were wanting to bring me into. So it was basically a playtest campaign they were wanting me to bring me onto, and that just turned me off from even wanting to play anymore after that, basically.
I could see it.
Okay. Are you ready to move on to Crispy?
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right. Well, let me ask you the question here. As a player, how do you vet your potential game master? What are your must-haves or must-nots, and preferences or wants or do not wants?
So I guess just in the interest of time, I'll skip right to what I look for,
Okay.
Preferences and all the rest. So the one thing, I'm very nervous when a game master comes in and they have a big fat tome, loose papers falling out of a book. And they're like, I've been working on this story for 25 years. And I have everyone's backstory ready, or every shopkeeper has a 20-page backstory. I am very nervous when a game master is so in love with their setting that there's no room for players to exist. So that is a big red flag for me. I have played in games where game masters were too tempted to put in GMPCs. If I see a GMPC, it's a big red flag, dude. We may have to kill that person right away. If that GMPC or that character, and then the GM afterwards. But but still,
Wait.
I would say be very cautious. If your game master has to have a PC instead, you may have to run for the hills. Like that is a very bad. It's a bad sign in my book. I do not like, which is funny because Max is calling me out because I have NPCs. What I mean by a GMPC is I don't want the NPCs to be more heroic than. So I would relabel an NPC as an NHC, a non-heroic character. It's not the same. They shouldn't be taking the spotlight away from where the characters, the actual PCs. So be very cautious about that. I don't like game masters that cancel at the last minute, just like I don't like players that cancel at the last minute. I'm all geared up. I get, this, we all are. We're busy with life. We have a lot of other demands on my time. I work very long hours. This is my time this week to escape, and I'm looking forward to it. And I get bummed out if all of a sudden, without any kind of warning or whatever, there's suddenly the game master can't. Like if it's a player, I can live with it because I'm consistent. But if the game master is not there, it's really hard to have a group. The other thing too, and this goes back to my style, I do not like it when the game master plays my character. I want a game master that respects my autonomy as a player and the character's agency in the world. So if you're telling me what my character does, what they think, where they go, how they feel, then I'm not interested. That is my job. I'm role playing that. You've got enough players to role play. And yes, did they win?
Yes, still, no. You keep, I don't want to interrupt
Okay.
you at all.
No,
Yes,
it's
Stillwater,
fine.
Stillwater won. That puts them in the championship game tomorrow night. Congratulations,
So,
ponies. I don't
that
care
is
if you're playing a
fantastic.
Dyna. I kind of hope you are playing a Dyna, because beat those fucking rich kids. That's right. But I'm whichever team you guys play. Congratulations, Stillwater ponies, for making it to the championship game of the 2025 Minnesota State High School Hockey Tournament. Go ahead,
Right
Chris.
on. Right on. That's fantastic. Great. We're going to say it's just because we were keeping them. It was the good luck that we shared with them.
Yes.
By having it.
All the vibes.
So those are that's very particular to my style of play.
Dirty, calm down, man.
Where I absolutely love role playing my own character, being in character. I don't want you to role play my character. And so if you're doing that, I'm not excited about it. For any style, whether you're like me and you like in person or in character play, or you don't, you should be very careful when you're talking to a game master that wants to tell you about all the cool stories they have from the awesome things that they did in their past games. If they're all talking about themselves and how awesome they were, then I get nervous about that, because what I hear is not how awesome of a game like they can run. I just hear an egotist that is absolutely focused on how cool their own ideas are. It's a lot different than if a game master is talking about the amazing time the players, if they have awesome stories of what the players did, regardless of what style you're looking for, then that's a big green flag. That's a game master that's not looking to just tell a story and, this, I'm going to regale you with all my awesome things. And I had this awesome trap and I did this awesome, look, it's going to be all about them. All about the game master, and it shouldn't be all about the game master. He has an important role. It's not that, but it's not, it shouldn't be all about them. Is if you're looking for a new game master. And then the other thing too, I would just close on that. You don't want a game master that wants 100% of the spotlight. That's not a good situation. So be very careful when vetting your game masters, what kind of person this is. I watch a lot of actual plays online. I'm doing this kind of thing on my channel.
I'm so sorry.
And I see this so much, where I'm watching a game and 90% of the talking in the game is the game master. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I look at that and I think that's a terrible, and the biggest channels do this. This is even the ones that have millions of subscribers and everyone watches their games and this big thing. And I watch it and I think, but everything cool that happens is just be cool because the game master said it. It wasn't because the player came up with something cool. No, they're not even allowed to. They're only allowed to roll dice when the game master tells them to. And then the game master gives all the color commentary, all of the narration. Oh, you do this and this and this. And everyone's like, oh, that's so awesome. No, that's just the game master telling you how cool your character is. You're missing the point. You should be a participant, not a spectator in your game. So obviously I'm getting worked up because I feel very strongly about this. And I just think...
You're right, and you're describing a lot of modernism. No, that's not true. Actually, what you're saying...
I've seen old school games like this too.
Right.
And it's just a style that I personally abhor, because what it does lead to eventually, almost without exception, is it leads to a passive player that's just going to sit there and then ask a bunch of questions about what could I do this, what it would. It's just terrible. And so I don't want passivity in the game. I want people that are so excited to be playing their character, they don't have to be told where their character walks, how their character does this, how their character finishes off the enemy, or casts a lightning bolt, or whatever it is. They should be excited to be playing that character and not just listening to, hey, this is cool, and I can give you these cool descriptions like Mercer does, and I'm going to copy his narration style, or I'm going to be like Brennan Lee Mulligan, and I'm going to tell you how awesome this is. Those guys talk nonstop in their games, and it's ridiculous. So if you have a game master that has to talk as on every turn more than the player talks, there's a problem there. And you're just going to end up with passive, sit back, listen to the cool story time. You're no longer playing the game. You're just listening to him tell you how cool he thinks this scene would be if you did exactly what he is describing your character is doing. I just reject it. It's awful.
So the reason why I said that was a modern thing, and you're right, it's an old school thing as well, is in my mind, in my experience, modern players embrace that. We would still back in the day call that a bad game master. Like, dude, don't tell me how to play my character. You know, where now it's more embraced. It existed then, but I think it was more shunned then, at least in my experience.
Is that connected to, I'm sorry, is that connected, you think, to the mentality, DM, dance monkey, entertain me?
Yes, I think it is. I think it is part of it. It's this part of the thing is that I don't have to have imagination because that's the game master or the DM's job. And that is, I just reject it. There's just a much better way of getting people to participate, which is don't sit back on your laurels and just wait for the GM's imagination to paint the scene. You should be doing it as the player.
Can I ask Crispy a question? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, go ask.
No, this is a conversation with you guys. Go ahead. I'll ask my follow-up when I need to.
Here's what I'm wondering. You mentioned early on, you said that when a DM comes with a big pile of notes and, you know, he's got everything worked out. So I understand that when there's no room in the campaign for your character to do anything. What do you think if someone has a homebrewed world, and I'm probably a little biased here because I tend to do it, and I understand the frustration because I have been guilty of what you said. Where I'm like, I catch myself sometimes, like at conventions. I'm like, Randy, shut up, Randy. You know, and but I prepare. I'm a meticulous prepper. I've calmed down over the years. I've gotten better. But if I have a well-developed world, but not one that's, to me, a well-developed world has all kinds of room for you to do stuff. But I know things about your starting town. I fully know who this guy is at this tavern. I know why the mayor's daughter gets up in the middle of the night and walks down to the graveyard. I know why, and I've written it down. So are you opposed to even that kind of prep? No, okay.
No. I'm not opposed to that, Randy. What I'm opposed to is sitting down at a table and having exposition dump after exposition dump.
Yeah.
The fact that you know why the daughter is going to the graveyard at this time, that's something that the players can interact with or not interact with.
Right.
And then you've already got some motivation for those non-heroic characters or NPCs. You've already got that in place. So that's okay. What I see more often is not that, Randy. What I see is that, okay, where are you at now? Okay, let me read 17 paragraphs of everything about this, the history of this. Like I watched one game by what are they? Dungeon Dudes, I think what they're called. And that's all it was. It was just exposition after exposition of the book they're trying to sell you on this setting. And so it's just so dull. And again, coming back to this, I'm approaching this question as a player. I don't want to read your book. Okay. Yeah. That's not what I'm looking to do. I want to role play. I want to role play the hell out of my character. And if all I'm able to do is sit at the table and listen to you read your amateur fiction, I'm just not interested.
Right.
Yeah. But I don't hold it against to someone that said, I've given this a lot of thought, but still, what's the elevator pitch? This town is like this. Yep. But you would know this about it. Great. Okay. Sure. All right. Good. Then let's just leave it at that.
Okay, a couple things real quickly. One, I have to read a super chat. It's been waiting for a moment here, and it's a $20 super chat over on, Rumble Rant. So you guys aren't going to be able to see it, but I can read it here anyway. Law Dog for $20. Thank you very much. Says Crispy is 100% spot on here. Great take on this phenomenon.
Thank you, sir. Very generous. Thank you.
So, and of course, Phil the Thrill agrees with you, but I think he's paid too.
Yes, he is. that agreement cost me. That's okay.
Ooh, more massages I hear.
Yes, that's right. Phil's the best
So-
at that.
I actually want to tell a little story here, and then I'm going to ask you your follow-up here. I'll try to make this quick. So I went to Gen Con. I forget what year it was. I think it was 2004, if I remember correctly. I was in an AD&D second edition game, and a bunch of us friends from the Air Force, went to this. And it would start off, it was us against another group. And we were playing, and we were doing like this arena combat, and then we met the other group, and then we started doing stuff. And then the entire game was taken over by the 2 Game Master PCs.
Oh.
We were literally there for no reason. I remember my friend Bob went off on the guy. It's like, why do we even play this game? Didn't matter what we did. It was just an exposition of, you two can be on Pillar and show you all your anime moves and so forth. Like, we literally meant nothing. It was supposed to be one guy's team. So like one of the game masters, we were his team, and then the other game master, running the other table is his team. And they were doing, and I want to say it started off pretty good, how we were positioned and doing things and so forth. And then it just turned into this, I have finally come and found you, yada, yada, yada. And we could have just left for the last 2 freaking hours of the game.
Yeah.
There's nothing that we were there for. And that was the most god-awful Game Master session. I even told him, I said, look, man, it was fun. You actually have a good grasp of the rules. You have a good way, even though it's arena combat, you have a good way of discussing it. When your characters got there and literally made us useless because they were so overpowered, it isn't like we could fight them. It isn't like we could disagree with them. It isn't like we could do anything.
Yeah.
There was no point for us being there. And yeah.
Max, I want to make one comment. I would bet dollars to donuts I was at that con and my cousins played in that game. You are describing something.
It was definitely 2004.
They talked about that very scenario and they're like, oh my God, they wouldn't shut up, and he talked about it. I'm just saying, I'm just remembering something. I would love to know if you actually played with some of my cousins, because they talked about a very similar
if
scenario.
it was an arena combat with 2 GMs.
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, for sure.
Ultra had a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Ultra.
Ultra had a question for me. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's a 2-parter question. So I guess question number 1 is, because I want to make sure I heard you correctly. So are you saying that as a player, you want to be able to kind of be involved in building the world that GM's providing at the table?
To a certain extent, yes.
Okay,
Because I don't expect the GM, and let me answer that, because I can anticipate. What? It's my job to build a world. I'm the GM. But it's an unreasonable expectation on the part of the player to have the GM come with a world that has the type of resolution that'll answer every question. That's an unreasonable expectation of resolution of the world. What I'm talking about when the player has the opportunity to improvise, create some of these things, create the things that haven't explicitly been said by the GM that are within what we agree upon. That's not going to derail things. It's not going to be, okay, well, I've suddenly decided that the world exists this way. No. What I'm talking about is, it's a cemetery. I don't have to ask about the headstones. I don't have to ask about I am in the cemetery. I can imagine a cemetery. I've been in cemeteries. I understand what they look like.
Not this one.
Oh, this one's different. Well, then that should be described by the game master if it's that important. If it's not that important, then let the player have that, especially in combat, because I want to role play combat. I don't need the game master to tell me every time how I swing my sword, how I fire my arrow. And yet when I watch games, most of the games I watch, that's what the game master is doing. They're doing every description. Where I think it's better, or what I want, is I want the game master to be confident enough in their own abilities that they're willing to let go of the reins. They don't have a death grip on everything that happens in the world. They're able to be a little more loose with that and work with it. And it's a reaction, action reaction between the player and the game master. Sorry, you had a second part to the question.
Okay, what you kind of answered, but I'll go ahead and say it anyways, because the reason I asked that first question is because kind of in line with the whole having rule 0, GM agency, and gatekeeping is good, is making sure, because it's how the horror stories I've heard is, once you let the players start really like trying to world build, that's when the GM loses their agency in the world that they're building for the game. It's no longer the GM's game. It's now all the players' game, and the GM's just there to tell a story then at that point, like we've been saying before. So, and my thought process is like the GM does create like a good majority of the world, and then the players find out more about it by interacting with it. Now, if the situation comes up and they want to build something on top of that, I can agree. But it's usually the GM's just not the GM. The players just want to create something like way out there that wouldn't even fit in, and the GMs are apparently just expected to go along with it. Usually,
yeah. So this is why this is why I was first to sign up for this topic, right? Max, right away, I signed up and he said, you know what? I figured it was going to be you or one other
you,
guy.
You were Mr. Max. One of you two is going to get in first. Yep.
You know, I just edged, beat out Mr. Max by probably seconds. But the reason why vetting players is so important to me is because I don't want to experience what I'm describing with a player that is just trying to use the ability for them to be autonomous as a player and have agency as a character to try to win. Because I don't want, for me, winning is being in character. That's my win state. It's, and what the biggest, when people hear what I'm talking about, or they watch a video of mine, or even watch one of our games, they'll come back and say, yeah, but you can't do that because then the players are going to wrest control of the world from the game master, and then they're going to use that control to break everything. And I agree, some players will do that. And that's why it's important to vet your players because...
Okay, time out, stop the presses, hold all thoughts.
Yeah, go drink.
Shh, don't spill the beans yet. All right, well, for $50, Law Dog, thank you very much for the $50. I don't have my YouTube stuff up yet to see if we made it. I think we did. We have 20. Yeah, we made it. We're going to have a giveaway after we do Victor's stuff. I mean, we're kind of segment 5 today, which we'll talk about later. But he says for $50, when I first heard 4D, I thought, this is dumb. As I watched 4D guys play, I realized it's actually a better way to play and promotes much more collaboration between the GM and players. A partnership fostered. Oh, and Max, drink. I will, but guess what? My wife doesn't make it anymore. She got so frustrated that last time she put the alcohol next to me here. So now I have my shot glass and my alcohol right there. I have to make it myself. Do you believe that nonsense? What kind of wife do I have? No, thank you very much for the $50. Real quickly, Chris, before you go, because I'm going to be pouring myself a drink. I'm going to say it as I've always said it. I like what 4D is trying to sell. And if I have to lean in a direction on ends of the spectrum, I lean that direction. Yeah, I was blaming you for not pouring my drink. No, I got it. I'm good.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Liao.
Hello.
They're all saying hello to you now. The hell, she's beating me. The roll of paper towels.
I was expecting a chocolate
he likes
here
it rough.
for some reason.
I do.
I do. I remember that clearly.
I do. Beat me more, baby. So where were we? I like what they're trying to sell, and I lean in that direction. Personally, and this is the way I describe it, and I don't take offense to this. I don't mean this like, oh my God, it's the worst way to play ever. I think it's the second best way to play. But I think that they hit that mountaintop, they hit the precipice of the mountaintop, and then they kind of slide off the edge. My take. That's, if you guys like the 4D way, I actually hope you out there, if you're not sure, I hope you actually check it out. It is, as he's been saying, looking at those tables that are out there, believe me, you're going to have more fun doing it 4D way and then doing it what some of those other tables are doing out there. And it's something you can grow into over time. I think it is a fantastic way to play. Not exactly my style because I do kind of believe in the GM agency a little more, but it's a quibble, not a hate. And now I'm going to get my drink ready.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, Max, I don't know if you want, I'm looking at it, but I don't mean to pimp out here for Crafty, but Crafty has a good question for Crispy. I don't know if you saw it at 9:15.
9:15?
Yeah.
That goes way back.
It does. I just couldn't, I didn't want to, well, it says 9:15 on my computer.
Well, it'll be 8:15 for me. I get it. Yeah.
8:15, yeah.
This one?
It says no, it says question, but just before that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, got it. There you go.
That's a good one, I think, for Crispy.
Question: if a GM starts playing your character, such as telling you how you feel, etc., do you tell the GM right then or there to not play your character? No, that's a great question. What we do is we'll have kind of an after game session where we'll talk about it and say, hey, let's talk about when you did this. Why did you do that? Is that kind of, because this, we do fall into this, Crafty. Like I've been guilty, and my players Max and Phil will tell me, hey, you moved me. Why did you move my character? And it's because we have a long history in the hobby and habits that we're trying to move away from. And some of these habits are so ingrained that even though we've been trying and we're very studious about it, we'll still make mistakes. I would not want to break character in the middle of a session to scold the game master. I think it's poor form. No one's perfect. They've got a lot on their plate as it is, and especially if they have me as a player. So there's lots of things happening already. But afterwards, we'll talk about it and say, hey, is there a different way we could have handled this where the player agents or the player character still had the agency that we're looking for that PC?
By the way,
Good
I
question.
think a post-game session, everybody should do that. I do that in my games as well. What do you like? What do you didn't like? I've had people tell me you shouldn't ask what they didn't like. No, I ask. It's vaguely. I think I've been doing this for 40 years or however long I've been game mastering, where I've kind of asked the same question. What do you like? What didn't you like? What do you like? What didn't you like? What direction do you think that we should go in? And thoughts about what you think is happening right now? Because I take a lot of that stuff and go ooh, I wasn't thinking about that, but I can have some fun with this, especially since they think it's going this direction. Here's where Crispy and I will agree. I think I actually do believe in a little bit of world building with the characters, not on major stuff. Sorry, they're not getting that. But
No.
we talked in the past.
They
and
don't
I
get
don't
that
want,
in my games either. Usually, that's not. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying they do. It's just that's the way people take it out there, and I think that's a good clarification from you as well. But I love it, and I've talked about this before. Wives' tales. I love it when they come up with some sort of wives' tale or superstition.
Yep.
I don't know that, and I harp on that because I've probably done that the most and the longest and the most successful. It's fun for me. Or if they talk about some anecdote from some part of the world that nobody knows about. Oh, did you hear about the islands to the east where? And it's like islands to the east, blah blah blah.
Now there's islands to the east. That's perfect. Love it.
Now, are they going to get there anytime soon? No, because the known world, or at least the world that they would have access to immediately, is going to be more in that local area. But now, guess what? I can incorporate some weird things, and they meet a character like, from the east came the cold wind, and with that wind blew death upon wings, and people are moving, to the west, so to speak, and like, well, there are islands to the east, whatever, just things like that can happen. I have no problem with that. I think that's great. But, and there's a comment I started on this that I'll dive into deeper. I agree with the guy that says, I'm not just going to let players just magic into existence chandeliers. Nope. So different strokes for different folks. Anyway, Crispy, I've got a question for you that I do want to ask, and we do have to move on pretty quickly after this, but if there's anything Ultra and Randy really want to follow up with, they can. And so my question for you is, as a player, what is the first topic that you discuss with a prospective game master to gauge his approach to running a game?
What's the first topic that I
approach? Or the most important topic?
The most important topic, I believe, would be player autonomy. That would be the very first thing. We're going to be in character. The very first thing is going to be is what rules are we putting on the role play? That's what I'm going to start with. Like, what are we going to be doing? Is it on? Because for me, and this might be different from my co-panelists here. Role play is the focus. Role play in combat, role play out of combat, role play, and I want it in character. And so I want to know that the game master will respect the rules that we decide upon before we start the game for that to exist.
I agree with Chris. I mean, I don't ask that. I've never asked that of a DM. But I want that. I would love to see a lot more, even at my table, I'd like to see a lot more first person, just be your character. Let's go. Mm-hmm. But I think, I don't think I don't think I would think to ask that. I guess I'm too set in a certain way. Maybe that's interesting. I'd be the way. I tend to be. I DM most of the time, but when I run, as much as
I've
it
seen you
sounds
play
like,
in a game. I've seen you play in a game. Yeah.
I'm pretty. Whatever they're going to do, let's do it. But be there. I talk about mine. Be there to do it, and let's go. Whatever you're going to do, and I'm pretty easy on Dungeon Masters. I think, even though it sounds like I said dull, but I'm like, just let
No,
me.
you're easy on Dungeon Masters,
me
but
be
but,
my-
but
let me
you're
be my
also an
dude.
easy player to get along with too.
I tend to be as a player. I don't need a lot of spotlight. I like a little.
I was just gonna say real quick. Because again, usually for a DM, haven't played that much, but listening to everything Crispy's saying that he looks for, I'm just sitting here thinking, oh, that makes sense. Let me take a mental note of that, so that way if I do get into more games, start learning more systems, if I play in them, I now have that to look for to make sure, is this going to be a good fit for me before I start going up ish creek without a paddle, basically.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Even if I don't agree with it 100%, I think you should. I think everybody should take a look at the 4D style and use, go as far up those Ds as works for your
whatever
table.
works for you.
And there's a lot to take from it. If nothing else, for somebody like me who's apparently a 3D player, it will improve your role playing if that's what you're looking for. Now, some tables just absolutely despise the concept of role playing, or they feel that role playing is something that I would say is not role playing. Not going to hear. We're not here to quibble that definition right now, but I think it can do nothing but improve your table depending on what it is you're looking for. And before we finish up here, because I have one final question for all of you, I have to do this. Crafty, or not Crafty? Oh my God, you didn't pay the money. Crafty,
It's Mr. Law Dog.
Go, get out of here. Mr. Law Dog. Law Dog, thank you very much for the $50. Great super chat, great conversation, great panel. And this is to everybody, but specifically Law Dog for
Right on.
bribing me to get drunk. I don't know why I'm like scared to drink it today. I wasn't scared the last few times I did it. Today I'm like, I don't want to drink alcohol, but here we go. Yep. And it went up my nose again.
And to answer to Squirrel Hermit, I've actually never read Burning Wheel. That's not a book I've read.
Look, you're kind of new to the hobby. You said it yourself. There's a lot of books out there that you can read. One of the books that I, again, don't agree with it 100%, but I think it hits a 90%, not just an 80% solution, is Arbiter of Worlds by Alexander McCrease. Now, is it going to go into 4D? No, I think it might lean in a different direction. But I think in terms of game mastering, it has a lot of good information in there. And then after that, then diving into, you guys should write a 4D book. And I'm just going to be upfront. I don't think that Shauner's book was really on the 4D.
It's pretty close.
Level.
I would start there. It's free.
Go is it free?
It's free.
Shauner
drive through RPG.
Shauner had a book?
Yeah, Roleplay the Hard Way.
It's called How to Roleplay the Hard Way. Hard is an acronym. It's honest and reactive dialogue. But it's How to Roleplay the Hard Way.
Okay.
On Drive Through RPG. It's free.
Oh, I'll check it out.
Well, there you go.
Thank you.
Did he put my part in there?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I haven't read it. I know
good.
he.
It's worth reading. Yeah.
He asked me for some to put some to give him some examples in there. I was like, I don't know if he used it or not, but anyway. So this question's for everybody, and this is the last one, and then we'll move on to the final segment for tonight. By the way, anybody who's out there, I do not have Discord up, so if anybody's sending me a message, I'm not getting it. I don't have it up today. If somebody can let Victor know, if you know him, come on, a lot of you guys know Victor, that we're heading into segment 4 here soon. So he's got some time, but I'm going to get ready for him pretty soon here. Please let him know. With that, and this is for everybody, what kind of evidence or testimonials from other players do you look for before deciding to join a GM's table? This is.
Are you reading the right question? Because that's not what I have on the list.
No. This is a follow-up. This is a follow-up that I'm asking everybody. Yeah. You're good. So what it is? I mean, do you listen? Like, if one of your friends goes, "Man, you should play with this guy. He's awesome." Or what if let's do it worse. Guy comes up like, "Hey, I'm in this game. Do you want to play?" So are there any sort of evidence or testimonials from other players that you look for before deciding to join a game, or what are they if you do? I'll start since you guys are thinking. I am really big.
I just didn't want to talk again because I've been talking so much.
I don't mind talking. It's okay. If it's a friend I know, like, and trust, says, dude, this game is great, you should join it, there are a couple questions I'll ask, a couple of vetting questions, role play style, or generally the style of the game. What, is it sci-fi? Is it fantasy? Whatever. I'll try to get the lay of the land to see what game. Yes, I am one of those people that believes game system matters. I know a lot of you out there don't. I do. And the person's like, oh, it's Pathfinder. I'm out. I don't care how good the game is. Not doing it. I'm not going to do D&D 3rd edition or Pathfinder. Just not going to happen. Those games are horrible. But if you love them, you love them. I don't. But I will vet with some questions. But honestly, if I'm even on the cusp, like, I don't know, if my friend loves it, I'm going to give it a try because I trust him.
So
that's my
I
answer.
would say, so for my answer, I would be like, but first off, I would be asking, who's your game master? What's he like? What are the rules you're running at the table for your game that you're playing? If it's a game I'm actually interested in, of course. So I try to figure out more like, is the game master like an okay dude? And I want to make sure like, is this going to be a game like, or is like, are you doing like basic encumbrance, or are you going to do like the super advanced encumbrance that some games have? It just depends. So definitely just, those would be just some of the basics that I would ask. And then you kind of covered up the most of the other stuff that I would also ask too already, Max. So
My big thing was I'd like to see it. So, testimonials are fine, but I'd prefer to see a session if possible.
Okay. Well, I mean, in a way, that's evidence, right? So it's what kind of evidence or testimonials? That's definitely some evidence. Okay.
Yep.
I'm kind of like you, Max, especially Joe. We've been friends for 40 years. We don't, I mean, if you've ever listened to us on Biggest Geekers, and Max knows it, we're not the same as far as gaming goes. We have intersection, and we can play well together, and I enjoy him at my table. And he almost never runs. But if he told me, hey, Randy, he would know. He would say, you will love this game. Or he'd probably say, you probably won't. But I mean, if I don't have a friend's recommendation, I'm not even sure how it. Like I can say this much, and I'm not blowing smoke up your butt. I'd love to play with Crispy sometime. I get the feeling that I'd be intrigued by this 4D thing. If I'm thinking it is what it is.
Well, you have to go through the vetting session.
That's fine. That's fair enough.
As I've indicated, it's not that hard. It's just
right. It's okay. I just my point is I just don't know. I don't know how else I would decide except by word of mouth. If I didn't know the person, I had no one to tell me. I mean, like I said, I'm pretty easy going. Like, you say, hey, Randy, you want to play? I'm like, I'll give it a try if I have the time.
Yeah, there you go.
Crispy, would you say that you guys are like me in the idea that as long as the person's trying, you'll give them some leeway, at least at first? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Hold on here. Okay. All right. Anything else? Or did you guys all answer the evidence and testimonials? I think you did. Any final follow-ups on how you guys as players vet your game master? I think we're ready to move on to the next segment. Okay, perfect. All right, so next segment is going to be about uncovering potential conflicts. I think these guys actually answered a lot of that. We'll find out in a moment, but that's good. The fourth question is kind of always the wrap-up anyway. So if they've already made these points awesome, if they've got more points to make, even awesomer. That's a word. I made it up. It's there. It's in the lexicon now. So let's read some super chats. Did we get any super chats other than the $50 one? Thanks again, Law Dog, for the $50 super chat. Did I star anything? I did star a couple of things. And I'm going to go right here. First of all, Agile Monk says, hello, Legion Myth, and the great panelists tonight. Yes, it is another awesome panel. We have been, 8 for 8? Is that how many it's been? Or 7 for 7? I don't know how many we've had this year. But every panel so far in 2025 has been awesome. I don't know what I've done different. I know I've focused things a little different, but generally speaking, this is the same thing we were doing last year with the Some Rando stream towards the end. But these panels have been absolutely fantastic, whether it's this group or the other groups or whatever. So thank you to the panelists. You guys should be thanking those guys for taking their time for being here and talking about their experiences. Squirrel Hermit, member for 8 months. I think Streamlabs isn't working because when you set a chat, it should have shouted out your channel, Squirrel Hermit. So that's actually for a couple other people as well. So I don't think Streamlabs is working. So
I saw the shout
out. Patty, I read that Rumble rant. I mean, I can read it again. I don't care. because Crispy would like me to read it because it says Crispy's
Yeah,
100% spot on.
Inflate
Great
my head
taking the smell.
anymore. Oh, poor Randy and Ultra won't fit on the stream anymore.
No, he's gonna need double screen.
I mean, I've already got enough forehead to go around for the 4 of us.
You get all the hands on your back massaging it.
Yeah, that's right.
All kinds of
Yeah,
space.
that's right. It's egotistical.
X card.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Fade to black. Fade to black.
Fade to
Quick.
black, yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much, Squirrel Hermit, for the membership. Member for 8 months. Really appreciate that. You are awesome, sir. Daryl says, now, I put this up here because, sometimes we have to, have an altering opinion for a moment. He says, this is where Crispy loses me. Players shouldn't create a chandelier into existence for the PCs to swing from. Crispy, go ahead.
It depends, doesn't it? If I'm describing a room where a chandelier would make sense, then the fact that I didn't mention it doesn't break the immersion that it's there. It's a ornate ballroom, or maybe even just a tavern. They'd have a chandelier of some kind. If it's in a cave with natural walls and lichen growing everywhere, or glowing mushrooms, the chandelier thing makes no sense whatsoever. It has to make sense.
But my agency.
Yeah, it has to make sense. Otherwise, no, it's not a chandelier. So yeah. Anyway, that's my response to that.
Here's the one difference that I do, and Mr. Max and I have talked about this quite a bit, that I do differently than say what Crispy's saying there, is I don't say, hey, I'm gonna leap off the chandelier. I'm gonna leap from the banister and grab the chandelier. Mm-hmm. What I say is, if there's a chandelier there, I'm going to leap off the banister and get the chandelier. And then I let the game master, because to me, it's his world. The game master be like, there is, make your agility roll or whatever it happens to be.
You know what? I don't think we're that far apart, because if I'm in a play, if I'm the player in a game, and Mr. Max describes something, and I'm not sure if there's a chandelier, and I'm a little cautious about just inventing something to make the appearance that I'm trying to go to a win condition, then I'll say in character, I look up at the ceiling to see if there's a chandelier. Then he can tell me if it's a chandelier. I'm still in character. I still described what I did. I didn't ask him, hey, Max, is there a chandelier in this room? Because now I'm just talking to the sky. Like, who's Max?
I could do that in your game. Here's my reason for not doing that in most games. And this is again, quibble. This is nothing that they're doing wrong. Most game masters that I played, or a lot of game masters I played with, would be like, well, you took your turn looking. That's why I say something like, if it's there. I kind of hedge my bet, so to speak, right? Sure. But I think in your game,
because it's just a quick thing. I glance at the ceiling. Okay, right. Perfect.
I get you, but you know how some people are, and then again, you guys play a little differently, so that makes perfect sense what you're saying there. So hopefully, Daryl, that makes sense for you as well. I've got a couple other super chats that are popping in here, so
there was another 20 from Squirrel, I think, or something.
So Squirrel throws in $20. Love all you folks. Robust blessings all around. Hey, isn't it Lent season for folks right now? So happy Ash Wednesday and Lent. And don't give up Legion of Myth for Lent. That's wrong. You should be serious about that.
God wants you to be.
I want to be very clear. I'm not mocking. I was raised Lutheran, so confessional Lutheran, not that ELCA crap. Like actually conservative Lutheran. So I'm not mocking in any way, shape, or form. If it sounds like I am. So blessings back there, Squirrel Hermit. And then a $20 from Law Dog again. After my initial negative reaction to 4D, I realized I was reacting to something I didn't know much about. So I bought a physical copy of Shauner's book, read it, watched the actual plays. That's how I came around. There you go.
Thank you
this is what I'll say, and I know somebody's going to yell at me for, you're talking bad about the dead. No, I'm not. I'm allowed to have opinions. The way Shauner handled reviewing or reacting to people's tables is not the way I've heard he wrote that book. And that's one of the reasons I didn't get the book, because I thought it was going to be the way he reacted to those tables. And I kind of thought he was pretty much a jerk about that.
No, it's not at all like that. Mm-hmm.
So, but the book and other people behind the scenes have told me is good. And especially since it's free, why are you not getting it?
Get it while you can.
Yeah, apparently, somebody was saying in chat that that the book might not be there forever. So, get it now or forever hold your peace.
You said it's free. It looks like it's $16 on Amazon. Am I not
If you want a
finding
physical copy, yeah, but that'll eventually
oh,
go away because there's no way for him to collect
sure.
his money from
Understood.
that. So
There's no probate or anything that could. Well, that's not a topic for today.
yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure
okay.
whose executor is.
I'm just
All
now
right.
downloading it off drive-through right now.
Yeah,
So
it's not long, and you'll see some familiar names like John Max Liao. It's credited in it, and yeah.
Well,
Shadow
you just
and Sun is
lost all the
credited in
sales
it.
right there.
Yeah, I know.
There's something I heard about the chandelier question, and
Go ahead.
I don't.
Is it
I've
about
always-
vetting still?
No, well, I mean, the point was like, if someone creates, say, oh, Randy, I'm going to jump on the chandelier and do this. If it fits, fine. I'm same way as Crispy is, but I think you got to be careful. Like if I need to describe every piece of the environment, especially if I kind of get into my mode where I'm like, I get a cool idea for what a chandelier might look like, and I go into a crazy detailed description, I might draw the player's attention to that when it's not really much of a thing that's worth investigating.
That's right. It becomes a red herring, and red herrings
I don't want it to be that.
Are awful in if overused, because then you just get paralysis, analysis paralysis. You have way too much definition, and so you're like, I don't know what to interact with. And I would also note, again, speaking to Daryl's question, just because they invented a chandelier there doesn't automatically mean that their scheme works. Mm-hmm. They could grab the chandelier and it falls. And that's it. Like you did. Sorry, we're going to let the dice decide.
Okay.
Anyway.
Gotcha.
All right. That is all I had, I think, for comments. I'm going to leave that one on the screen for just a moment here. Let me make sure. Got the again, Law Dog, Squirrel Hermit. I drink, therefore I am. More Law Dog. Michael, thank you for your memberships. Thank you for your super chats. Yeah, after we promote Victor's book, when this portion of the live stream's over, after our first segment, we will have a giveaway. Sorry if we run late when it comes to the giveaway. Some people can't stay up till like midnight or whatever. We'll see how long it takes to promote Victor's book. But I promised Victor that we would do that, and I'm going to give him all the time that he needs to do that, and we'll do it after that. So, but, thanks everybody, and thanks Walter MC for the sneaking in the membership right there. So. Here you go. Got to stop forgetting that it's Friday. It's a day that ends in Y, sir. All right. Where are we? We're going to get ready to go into, so that's right, for segment 4. Perfect. Nope, there we go. That's the one. Okay, just as a reminder, Game Master Insight airs live on Fridays at 6 p.m. Central Time, except for the last Friday of the month. Once this live stream ends, the full live stream will remain available to YouTube members only, while these 4 panel discussion segments, which we've gone through 3 so far, 1 more to go, will post to the public a month later. I have some openings. The schedule is now up through May, and I have openings. Also, even if you see that something has all 3 panelists filled up in there, if you think you have a different take, I am willing to bump a panelist to have a diverse panel. And they all know this. It's written in the rules when they join, so forth. So if you have a new, different, interesting take on a topic, I can try to squeeze you in. So, and of course, if you enjoy this discussion, please like this video, subscribe to all the panelist channels, which you can find in the description. And I will have Randy's book in there by the time it goes to video. All right. Oops, we're not watching hockey anymore. Well, I am. You're not. Stillwater game's over, so I'm not recording anymore. Okay, this 4th segment is on uncovering potential conflicts. But before we get into the last segment, we're going to have our panel briefly remind us who they are, what content they create, and where you can find them on the internet. And since we're going to start the discussion off with Ultra again, we're going to do this starting with Randy. Randy,
yes.
Remind us who you are, what content you create, and where they can find you on the internet.
The only place they're going to find me these days is probably on X or Facebook. Biggest Geekus is now done. I do have content on Big Geek Emporium for however long that's going to last. I have an adventure called Tygon's Falls. It's a low-level OSE, old school sort of adventure. So, yeah, but I am around.
Are you gonna put that on drive-through when BSE goes away?
I don't know yet. I'm trying to decide if I want to. I've kind of been feeling the bug to write the sequel. It really needs 3 to complete it. So, I don't know. We'll see.
I was looking quickly for my copy of it, but I don't know where I put it.
It's a
Probably
first
there.
try. It's a small module. I'm happy. I'm proud of it, but I don't. Like I said, I think I learned a lot and had a lot of things I would do differently.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Ultra's got it. That's the guy.
Yep.
My buddy Patrick Demo at Pointy Hat Games did the art, and I kind of like that kind of retro, old kind of art. It's fun.
Okay. Crispy.
Yeah, so I'm Crispy, got a YouTube channel called Table Runner. On that channel, I talk a lot about role playing. You'll see me post games there. I also will sometimes critique other games, just with the idea of how to improve games by staying in character. That's my focus.
Okay, and Ultra.
So once again, I am Hunter, aka the Ultra American TTRPGer. I like to talk about the culture war, TTRPGs, and everything in between when the two like to clash. You can find my videos whenever I put them out on YouTube and Rumble. You can just find me at Ultra American TTRPGer. Do that. It should be under Ultra TTRPGer as well if you do that. And you can also follow me on X for more of my crazy and very controversial opinions at Ultra TTRPGer on X as well.
Okay. And real quickly here, before I ask Ultra the question, Bear, I completely screwed up and I forgot what day we're playing this month. If it's tomorrow, we're screwed. I can't play tomorrow. If it's a week later, we're good. Yeah, anywho. All right, with that, talking about that was tabletop gaming related. I'm just saying. All right. Now, one last thing. Just want to remind folks, segment 5 today is going to be about promoting Victor's book. The normal folks who like to chat after the main live stream's over, you're welcome to come in, but the focus is going to be on Victor's book, not on the normal segment 5 weirdness. So just understand that. I am not in Discord right now. I will get in Discord in a little bit because I've got to send Victor the link soon anyway. So if anybody's sending me messages in Discord, if I've got any there, hopefully I've got one from Randy, but I have not been paying attention to them. I'll be in Discord in a little bit. Now, with that, let's get to our last question here, starting with Ultra. When vetting new players, what strategies do you use to uncover potential conflicts or misunderstanding about house rules, table etiquette, or even sensitive topics?
Okay, so I don't really know how to answer the second part with the house rules, table etiquette, but how to uncover potential conflicts. One thing I really learned is check their social media if they have one, because going back to my story earlier about the lady I had on my table who played through and then just complained about it all afterwards. She had an X profile. I wasn't on X at the time though. I didn't join until about last year, I think, actually, or a year before. I don't remember when I got on. It was still fairly recent. And I ended up sharing that whole story on another post, sharing her profile because she had one, and everyone was like, "You couldn't tell just by looking at her profile that she wasn't going to be good for your table." And I'm like, "I didn't have X back then. If I had X back then and I saw what her profile was, I probably would have avoided myself the hurt at the time." So that's one thing. Is just looking at someone's profile could tell you a lot about that person.
Okay.
Again, and I don't, for misunderstanding about house rules, table etiquette, and sensitive topics, I don't quite. The only thing I can really answer about that is just talk to your players about it, because that's how I've always handled all my situations. I never had a problem where it's just like we were like really like clashing about how a certain rule worked, or if we read it this way or that way. I've never really had that issue, so I don't really know how else to answer that except just talk to your players about it.
Is there a particular code of conduct or list of expectations that you reference to avoid confusion later on? Like a written social contract?
Not a written social contract, no. But I think kind of goes back to what I say earlier. It's kind of about being honest and trusting each other. So if I do something that they don't like, I want them to be able to tell me. And if they do something I don't like, I'm always upfront with them about it. Just being upfront with some person is the best policy.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a little mad right now because apparently our game's tomorrow, and I'm mad at myself, not at them, and that's going to cause some conflicts. All right, Chris, actually, do you guys have, because I already asked my follow-up, do you guys have any follow-ups or anything you want to ask Ultra?
I just have one. I just
please.
have one. So, Ultra, you said that if you had checked her profile, it would have been clear that it would have been a problem. What can you elaborate? Like, what was this, just a danger hair thing, or was it flags in the bio, or like what was it?
It
Like,
was
what sort of things would have like tipped your hand to say, oh yeah, you're probably not a good fit, just the way we run our games?
Well, it was all that and even just more, just all this, just certain things that she was sharing on her profile. And then because a lot of what was on profile made sense of why she complained about
Okay.
some stuff she said as well, because I'm like, oh, well, that makes a lot of sense now. But it's
So it
also
was
still
like a pattern of behavior kind of thing? Like it was a pattern?
Yeah.
Okay. My question then, as a follow-up, if I can, Max, is how would you balance that, which I totally understand, to, not potentially excluding someone just because perhaps judging a book by its cover. I mean, that sort of thing. Like what if there was that side of her, but it was separate from how would you handle that? Or is that just something like, look, this is just a quick test. We have to have some way to exclude. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like some people present a certain way and you're like, well, I don't know. They present themselves like, I'm not a big fan of all of the face tattoos, but it turns out that they could be a good fit. Like how would you, I guess, have you never run into that, or is that,
well,
do you understand where I'm getting at? It's kind of a rambling question. My apologies.
at the time I had not run into it before. I was not big on the whole vetting process. I was still in the mindset of, oh, everyone can play, come join. It doesn't matter what you are, kind of deal. And it still somewhat is that. Like you can be anything under the rainbow, and like you said, keep it separate, because like you can go to my X right now. I am very much of a controversial person, kind of in this corner of the hobby. But when
No.
I'm at, but when Randy, but when I'm at the table though, or I'm running a game, none of that stuff comes out of my mouth or comes up. I keep that. I keep my own thoughts, opinions, totally separate from the game. That's what I focus on, and I expect that same from the players. If they don't want me to bring it up, I expect them not to bring it up either.
That's fair.
Kudos,
So
Ultra. That's good to do
nerds
that.
have always been misfits, and nerds have always done weird crap. Even now, that's part of the problem. Now that it's been popularized, I'll be the first to tell you, if you got tattoos on your face, you are just showing off your bad choices in life, and I have no problem if somebody feels bad about that. You literally are, and I have no respect for you. That's just the way it is. And do I want you at the table? Fine, you can be at the table, but you need to shut up with that nonsense and stop acting like that stuff is cool, or you should accept me. No, I shouldn't. We need to have some decorum in this world. But nerds have always been misfits. Normalizing it isn't the right way to go. But nerds have always been misfits. We've always had issues, and we always got along until recently. So you got a dumb tattoo on your face. I'm going to make a joke about it, and then we're going to move on. But when you start proselytizing your way of life over another person's way of life, and I've had it on both ends. I had somebody get mad at me because we were praying to Hermes, and like, oh, that's disrespectful to Saint Christopher. Shut up. On the flip side, because again, Satanic Panic was a real thing. I wasn't Catholic, I was Lutheran, but still, Satanic Panic is a real thing. I've been in games where it's like, we can't mention God. On the flip side of that, you got people that want to say, pronouns and all this other crap. Keep your politics away from the table. Somebody just yelled at me about the old disclaimer we used to have in front of live streams about escapism, escapism, not representation, entertainment over activism, natural organic inclusion, not forced diversity. Those are core values of playing a game. You don't like it, too bad. Keep your mouth shut, play the game. I was always the odd man out as the Republican at the table. We got along just fine until, I don't know, about 8 years ago. And then it became a problem. So keep that nonsense. I'm not going to vet you over your politics unless you bring it up at the table. Like, oh, I can't do this. Oh, I can't believe you have these words you say and these hateful things. Shut up and play the game. All right.
Thank you. Thanks for answering that question.
This is a $5 one. Well, too late. I put it on the screen. It's the old adage from ancient times. I'm okay with tattoos on your face till you start trying to tattoo my face. I'll be honest with you. I'm judgmental.
I am too.
I mean, you have the. I will die for your right to do it. But
yeah, exactly.
I will also die for my right to mock the living crap out of you for doing it. So there we go. All right. Are we ready to move on to Crispy? Everybody talk to Ultra about what he's got there? Okay, because I think I have a good one for Crispy. No, that one's for Randy. Never mind. I'll find one for Crispy.
I get the good one.
Yeah. When vetting new players, what strategies do you use to uncover potential conflicts or misunderstanding about house rules, table etiquette, or sensitive topics?
So I'm going to focus on my in-person game for this to answer this. Because this really has not been much of an issue for the online game because we have a process by which people are introduced to the style, and then it's kind of a built-in vetting, and it's worked very well. I use something, I guess I could call it the Van Halen principle. Van Halen famously had a very long and complex contract when they had venues, and in that contract was a stipulation that there'd be a bowl of M&Ms in the green room with no brown M&Ms, and it was just this little litmus test or something that they used to see that the venue was being careful and following all of the complex things that they had added in that contract. If they got that right, then it's likely they got all the other complex things right. If they got that wrong, then what else did they miss? And so the reason why I bring that up is because in my in-person game, I have a couple things that are going to sound absolutely heretical in this group, and I'm going to get a lot of heat for it.
Good. I'm going to turn my flamethrower on.
Oh, you're going to just hate me for this, guys. But for many years, because my kids were young when I started an in-person group in my house. It was after we had moved to the place where I live now. And they were young, and they're in the house, and you're coming into my house, and my wife and I didn't want a bunch of adult language around these young kids. Now, it's obviously, I'm not being Pollyannish. I don't have ultra clean language.
That's fair. It's your house and your children,
It's my
right?
house, my choice. My wife and I combined, and we just had a rule that there was going to be no swearing in the game because the kids were young, and it just wasn't the kind of environment that we had. So I've kept that. Now the kids are grown, they're married, they're off, they don't live at home. I'm an empty nester, but I keep that rule. And the reason why I keep that rule is because I feel like if you can control yourself enough to police your language so that it's, now, am I going to kick out a player because they slipped up in the heat of the moment when they were in character? Of course not. But I still ask for that as a sign of respect for the host. And I find that a very effective way of vetting, as something that I use as a practical thing to vet players that are going to come in, potential new players in my house. So, that's something I use. It's kind of my brown M&M thing, the Van Halen principle. But, I just wanted to bring that up. Is I know that's going to be like, what? What do you mean? You're all adults. And Crispy, I'm sure that you swear from time to time. I admit I do. I try not to, but I do. And it's just a little thing. Now, the other thing I would say just quickly, because I tend to take too much time on these things, I watch carefully what a new person will bring to the game table. So you pay attention to this. I think it's absolutely important that every new potential player in my in-person group has to pass the wife test. And what I mean by that is my wife, Lisa, she meets every guest to our home. If she's not comfortable, I'm sorry, you might be the best player in the world. Yep. You're not coming back. If she gets a bad vibe, I'm sorry. She can't, I care a lot more about her opinion than you. So it's really, that's a big thing. I would trust your significant other, if you're listening to this, if they get a bad vibe about someone, maybe your eagerness to add a new player to the game is causing you to be a little willfully ignorant of some warning signs that you're not picking up on. And when playing with a new player, I think it's very important that the GM you must keep your head up. You must be watching what's happening in your table. I think that if you're paying attention to what's happening in that session, you will see, based on the interaction that new person is having with the existing players in the table, whether or not this is a good fit. And then trust yourself. Don't assume it's going to get better in time. It usually doesn't, right? So we're guilty of this because I live in a small town. Like, we're under 20,000 here. I'm running a weekly role-playing game where we're going to play obscure role-playing games that aren't D&D 5th edition. We've played that too. We play a lot of games, a lot of different games. So you may think you have to take anyone that has a pulse and nerd credentials, right? You don't. Even in a small town, you do not. You can broaden it out. I watched a 97-year-old play D&D for the first time with Ginny D on her channel. This is Virginia D. She's an absolute treasure. Go watch it. It's fantastic. I'll recruit someone. I'll recruit a senior citizen from a bridge club before I will get someone in that I don't think is going to fit. Like, don't compromise on what you think is important in your group just to fill an empty seat. It will not go well. I'm absolutely pound the table. Don't assume, oh, well, they'll get it eventually. No, they won't.
Preach.
If they don't get it in the first few sessions and you've given them a try, what are you doing to yourself? Don't do it. Don't do it. Keep your head up. If you're a player and you're in a game and you see something going wrong, you should be frank with your game master and tell them, hey, this new guy, you seem to be taken with him, but you may not have noticed he's doing this, or he smells, or whatever it is. You got to speak up. You have to speak up on that. So that's what I do. Again, just a recap. I have a couple little things that, like, can you do this? All right, well, then we can go to the next step and then pay attention to what's going on. How does this person interact? If they're awkward, maybe that's just because it's a new introduction. And it's just kind of ironic to me, Max, that it's such a social thing. Role-playing is such a social activity. And for some cruel twist of fate, the irony of ironies is that it draws, you know what I'm going to say. Yep. The irony is it draws people whose social skills are rudimentary at best.
That's part of the misfit.
and so there's this strange tension, this juxtaposition, well, I can't say the word. You know what I'm saying? The two are layered on top of each other. The juxtaposition. Yeah. The juxtaposition of the two is a tension. So it's always been ironic to me when someone says, "Oh, they play D&D." Immediately, we all think, "Oh, they look like this." They do these sorts of things. And you know what? My wife used to tease me. It used to be true. My wife used to tease me all the time. She'd say things like, we'd be in the grocery store and some guy would walk by, and she said, "I bet, you know what, Chris, I bet that guy plays D&D." And I'd be like, "Shut up. I mean, come on. Don't even
nail it."
And then sure enough, the guy would walk by and he'd be wearing some t-shirt or something that was like a clear giveaway. Or he just smelled really bad. And so it was all like, it was like, so there it was. It was, this was the problem. So, I do think there's a lot more people out there that, if given the opportunity, would be fantastic additions to your game table. But if it's not a good fit, don't feel like you're a failure as a game master to tell someone we're not a good fit. You're doing them a favor in the long run. You're doing yourself a favor. It's why this monologue is exactly why I signed on for this particular panel, because I feel so strongly that your games will improve if you're more selective to get people that want the same thing that you want into your game, and then keep them.
Wow, Chris, you were Dude, you nailed everything, and I made
every
I've
follow-up
made
question
every
I had
one of
is
those
done.
mistakes. I've made every one of those.
We all
mistakes.
have, Randy. We all have. We've all been like,
Every one of
you
them.
know, it's kind of awkward, but you know, he's a nerd. Like we're all nerds, and I'm like, nah, it's
My wife said something wrong with this dude, and I kept doing the game for 5-6 years. That was so bad.
Yep.
And
Yep.
it turned out bad. So
It turned out bad. It always does.
Yep.
It always does.
Yep.
So I couldn't agree more as well. And yes, I was going to say that, Randy, I have an experience. The first time I ever ran my first game after I joined the Air Force, I was so excited to be running for new people. Nope, that's a lie. I actually ran when I was in tech school. But when I got my first duty station, I was so excited to have this new group that I might be playing with for years, and so on and so forth. And I had 3 or 4 really, really good people, but I wanted 2 more because I like 6 people at my table if I can do that. And so I kind of picked the first 2 that came across, and the party did not like them at all. They didn't quit. Thank God they didn't quit on me, but they didn't like them at all. But I was like, well, make excuse here, make excuse there. Oh, it's okay. I'll talk to them. And when I tried to talk to them, it was like talking to a brick wall. You get where this is going. And ultimately, luckily for me, because I had no conflict resolution skills at that time in my life, they just kind of faded away. They just, like, screw this game, whatever. And we were all like, bye. But yeah, I made that mistake as well. Now, nope. You don't click if the party tells me, not at all. We don't like sitting next to this guy. I'll ask him, do you guys think that you can coach him up like you have others? Or is this just a no-go? And if they say, it's a no-go, bye, you're out. The other thing I was going to say is a man's house is his castle and the spouse is his queen, and his spouse is the queen. And I don't care if you're gay, straight, whatever, living with 4 roommates, that doesn't matter. The point is, when you go to somebody else's place, that's that person's rules. And that's just the way it is. If he says, take off your shoes, you're taking off your shoes. If he says you can't curse, you don't curse. And I curse like a sailor. I really do. It's why I try not to play around kids. But if I really want to be in this game, guess what I'm going to stop doing? I could do it in front of my grandma. And grandma, you didn't curse in front of grandma, and you knew how to shut it off right then and there. Guess what? You can figure out how to do it around the kids too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, you guys have anything because I don't have any follow-ups for Crispy because he basically answered. No, Crispy, you actually make it easier on us when you do this. I mean, as long as people aren't droning out like, oh my God, would he please shut up? But we're getting literally the exact opposite comments in chat. So no, this is what we want. We want this kind of discussion. But do you guys have any questions, comments, concerns for him?
I felt like we should have been in a Pentecostal church, so I could have.
Yeah, that was preaching it.
And hallelujah, dude! I was loving every second
hat
of it.
on.
That was sweet. Do it, baby.
Sorry,
I'm down.
Ultra has a question for me.
Yep.
It's more of a comment because to me, the stuff about safety just feels so common sense to me that it baffles me that this is something that we actually have to talk about.
Do you think they misuse the term safety though?
Not especially now, yes, because I'm not talking about safety in the terms of safety tools. I'm talking about the creep who wants to come to your table just to do whatever he wants, and then he starts weirding out the other players. And if you don't do something about it, it's going to drive those players away from the table. That kind of safety, because it's also part of the modern day's fault when you have books like Kinks and Cantrips that get made for 5e that allows these kind of people to think that they have a place at your table. And I found the PDF. And I read through it just because I'm like, okay, what is this that makes this book got so popular all of a sudden? And I'm just like, who is even playing this kind of stuff at their table? The fact the fact that we even the fact that we even have this kind of stuff that gets accepted at even anyone's table is why now we have to actually be like, hey, in order for us to be safe and actually have the fun that we are expected to have at the table, this kind of stuff in behavior is not allowed. The fact that we have to actually be out front about that is just nuts.
So let me follow this up, and this question's for all of you, but please answer quickly. Have you found that a structured questionnaire or safety tools useful in spotting potential conflicts before the game actually starts?
I've never used one, so
No,
I've never found that a questionnaire. I just think it's usually something that is revealed if you're paying attention. Mm-hmm. And I feel like people would be smart enough to game the questionnaire. Like, oh, there's clearly there's clearly a bias here, and I just know what the guy wants, so I'll give him what he wants so I can get a seat at the table, and then I'm in, right? So I've never used that. I trust more the judgments of the people there that are watching the. Do you think that behavior is louder than words?
So what do you think? God, I don't want to dive into this too much, but it's interesting for me, and it is about vetting. Mm-hmm. Why do you think this concept of safety tools came up then? I'm not talking about one particular incident, just in general, because, yeah, I cannot imagine a time where my friends, the gaming store I was at, the house I went to, whatever it happened to be where I was playing, where you just didn't have this sort of decorum. Now, let me flip this. I've been discussing the term etiquette with people recently. And you know what the number one response is for that? Oh, that's some grandma shit.
Manners are important. And I really, if you have good manners, then this shouldn't come up, because you have good manners. If that's one of the things I look for. That's
nobody cares about that anymore.
That's why I use, even though the kids are grown and they're married off and they're living somewhere else, I still use the swearing thing, because it's whether or not you can have good manners. Can you have good manners? And that's why I don't think the questionnaires are effective. I think the question you asked was, how did this come into being? Because this didn't used to be a prominent thing. And I think it's because there's more people that are expecting to get a seat at every table. People are accepting strangers into their games. Maybe it has something to do with that. Maybe it's the fact that we're not gaming with people we know as much, and there's new people that are coming. I don't know. Maybe it's a result of the explosion of popularity in 5th edition since it was released in 2014. Maybe that's part of the reason why there's just a bunch more people into the hobby, whereas before it was more of a niche, and there was you knew the people a little better, perhaps. I'm guessing. I just don't know.
I think Crispy's. I think he's pretty close to right there. I would add one more thing to that list: the explosion of the hobby and a variety of things. I think there's I don't want to pick on any particular generation, but a lot of younger gamers, younger than me, 30-ish and younger, let's say. I'm picking, whatever. It seems there's kind of a popular thing in society, trauma, all my trauma. And they all have some sort of thing that's wrong with them. And that's okay. Nobody's perfect. I have flaws too. But they're so upfront, like they almost want to, I think they were virtue signaling, right? They kind of want to, oh, look, I'm so this that you can't talk about spiders because I'll freak out. And I'm just like, that is the weirdest way to behave. And when I was
There's
younger,
now spiders in the dungeon.
Well, my point is, and that's a funny one, but my point is, I think the safety tools come up because I think some of them just feel good when they tell you, oh, I won't allow this, or I can't deal with this.
It's a control thing. It's a fetish control.
It might be control, but I think they have it's just so everybody, and I hate to call it bragging, but they seem like they brag about, oh, I've got this problem and I've got that problem.
Oh, yeah. It's grievance culture.
Yeah. Okay, dude, I get it, but
I see that. Yeah.
Maybe you shouldn't play D&D, not at my table.
But this comes from, my God, we're getting way off topic. But again, it's still technically part of vetting. Yep. I blame my generation. It was Gen X. I saw this. It really happened in the 90s more than the 80s. But I'm my kid's friend. No, you're your kid's parent. Stop it. And I'm not going to dive down that rabbit hole anymore, but it's this whole thing where it's like, it's okay, Billy, you tried your best. You know what happened to me if I didn't come home, if we had the little all sports days? My blue ribbons got put up here. My red ribbons got put down here with a little note, number one loser. If there was any sort of consolation or participation ribbon, it got put into a box. Yeah, you got it, whatever. But this whole thing today is like, well, at least you tried. No, there's more than trying. And it's a permissive culture. And this goes back to that whole tattoo thing that we were talking about. It's not just tattoos. It's dress, it's language, it's how we approach each other. I talk to people all the time like, no, you have to earn my kid's respect. No, every kid should respect an adult. I don't care what you say out there. Any parent who says otherwise is a bad parent. And if I'm talking to you, then I'm talking to you. No kid should ever talk to an adult like that. It's just another one of his 5-year-old, 7-year-old, 10-year-old friends down the street. Ever.
No. Sir and ma'am.
Exactly. If I didn't go to you, Crispy, and say, please, sir, may I, whatever, I didn't get what I wanted, even if you were willing to offer it up or I deserved it or whatever. My parents were not going to have that crap, and all of that has been lost. Again, going back to what I say, when I talk etiquette with friends of mine, there's a great, by the way, I don't want to get deep into religion here, but there's a great Lutheran guy out there. His name's Dr. Jordan B. Cooper, not Peterson, Jordan B. Cooper, who actually has a video on etiquette, and it doesn't really dive into religion. It just talks about the societal need for etiquette. It's an amazing video, I think, that people should check out. It doesn't matter what your denomination is, or even if you're atheist, it doesn't really dive into God. It just talks about etiquette and modern culture. That I think Jordan B. Cooper, check him out. Really great video on that. And it's so articulated what I want to say that I suck at right now, but it really talks about how etiquette shows how you get along as a culture. And if you're just going to throw it all away, it's permissiveness, it's libertarianism, and I'm not against all libertarian values. Again, I'm trying not to be political here, but this is what it's come from. We've got to stop being permissive, and that starts at your table. We're going back to vetting here. It starts at your table. Don't allow that. If Crispy says, John, that's my real name, stop cussing. I have no answer except for, you're right, sorry. That's the only thing. And if I do it too much, his wife, him, whomever says, I can't have this here, you got to go. I'm going to feel bad. I'm going to be angry because I'm a human with emotions. But that's the right response. I got to go. Respect other people. That's why I don't understand why these safety tool things are needed. I had an ex-girlfriend who was deathly afraid of worms. Don't know why. We thought it was an act at first, but no, she freaked the hell out on worms. We didn't intentionally put worms in the game. Not to be fair, we didn't take them out of the game either if they were there, but and that's not something you come across a lot. The thing is, we respected that to the point where we weren't mocking her with it. But she also had to deal with the fact that if we came across a purple worm, it's going to be there. So, it swallowed you whole. You died quickly. It's okay. No. So, anywho, I hope that makes sense. Any final? I got to ask Randy the final question. Any final on what Crispy was saying, or even my little rant there, whatever?
I'm good.
Good.
Okay. And yes, I was taught some etiquette in school as well. All right. So, Randy, let's get you the final question of the night. Well, actually, no. Your follow-up. Hold on. Do I have I have a follow-up for you and a follow-up for everybody. That last one wasn't supposed to take that long, but
okay.
It needed to.
Sure.
When vetting new players, what strategies do you use to uncover potential conflicts or misunderstandings about house rules, table etiquette, or sensitive topics?
Okay, house rules, not much. I'll do like anybody else. I'll tell people if I have some, if it's an important thing. I found it not to be that important unless I'm doing lots of changes, which I tend not to. Sensitive topics, our group's a little different. I don't know if some of you guys know this, even the ones that are listening. I do a thing every year called Cabin Con. About me and 20 of my best buddies, we go up north. We stay for 4 days. It's coming up here in May. It's the 19th year. We've done it in a row coming up, and we game like crazy people for 4 days. Just a bunch of dudes having a good time. And within my friends, we're mostly homogeneous in terms of our beliefs. Lots of Christians, lots of conservatives. I am both. And having said that, I have been educated. I am a reasonable man, and I can listen to different opinions. I am not of the sort that says politics and religions are out of discussion in a setting with people that are supposed to be adults. It does not hurt my feelings. I can argue logically, and if you can too, that's fine. And we can argue and debate without being, and I use the word argue, not like fight, but debate. Mm-hmm. We can debate and be adults and not agree to disagree. We absolutely can. And so one of the things that I do, and sometimes I think this is, I'm not trying to be shady or underhanded with it, but I have a particular friend. He is particularly sometimes tough to deal with because he says exactly what he thinks all the times, and he loves to challenge people. And I'm talking more in a social setting, not in the game. I'm not pushing modern politics in our game. I don't have,
Does he follow it up? Well, I'm just an asshole like that.
No.
Oh, I have a lot of friends that do that.
He is very interested in what you think, and he will. And when it doesn't matter if you're new. He's gotten better. He used to be more of a social thing he couldn't handle, but I like to have him around. He'll often say the things people won't. and I feel bad, but I think it's good. I want to see what the players react to. Because as I said, I want a game with friends. If you're someone that gets your feelings hurt real easy and you can't handle, I don't know, Jack Nicholson, you can't handle the truth. Not that, but just when we're talking, we should be able to discuss things as grown, especially men. I mainly game with men. We don't have too many ladies in our groups every once in a while, especially at CapCon. I have a lot of time respecting people. I don't talk about politics or religion. And I'm like, really? There's things we just can't talk about, and we're just people. We don't have to fight. You can say, I think there is no God. And I'm like, well, I do. Let's. I enjoy that. Now, if you're like, I don't want to talk about it, but you guys talk however you want, that's cool, right? I mean, that's cool. But don't be like, don't talk. We had a person in our group that was like, well, I hate when we talk. Let's just don't talk about this. You can't nanny us. I don't want someone
I
that
think
wants
those
to
people
nanny
are just because it is going to turn into an argument if it keeps going. Like, we'll say a contentious argument if it keeps going. That's my experience. People are like, you know what? I just don't want to talk about this anymore because the next step is I'm going to yell at you because that's
okay.
I'm emotionally.
You can step out of it. I just don't want it to be that. Cut it off. Don't talk about religion. Don't talk about politics at all.
Yeah.
Now, when we start the game, I'm not looking to bring in religion and politics other than fantasy stuff. But like I said, I have a hard time with people that just can't at all talk about it. And I'm mostly talking about men. I think and call me whatever you want, call me old fashioned. I act differently around just men than I do men and women mixed. I think there's ways to behave, decorum, etiquette, but especially with my friends. And so if someone was coming to say CapCon, that would be a bigger deal to me because they'd have to have a little bit thicker skin. I do. Randy, you're fat. You're correct. I am. Good call. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't get it. You should lose weight. Yes, I should.
Why'd you have to bring my thing would be, why'd you have to bring that up? Like, what was the point of that?
Well, yeah, it should come out of left.
I mean, if it's just guys giving each other crap, like,
right.
Oh, hey, Randy, I mean, you really are fat asses. Good job. Whatever.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
I get that.
But I'm just saying, I have a hard time with people that can't discuss as an adult sometimes. And to be fair, I guess I can be my wife calls me judgmental, and I'll take that fault.
There's nothing wrong with being judgmental.
Sometimes you can go overboard, and I can do that. But yeah, I mean, that's to me, that's judging someone that can join the group. Can they participate? And we had 2 people. We got a lot. Like I said, we're fairly insular in terms of our views, even the 20 guys. We've had 3 or 4 guys that lasted many, many years with us, and they are completely opposite on the extremes. I mean, and they can handle it.
That's because you're of I don't want to yes, I'm going to say it this way. It's because you're of a generation where we were taught that. Agree to disagree. Now it's like, oh no, if you believe in this, you're a this word or that word, or it's like, no, look, I've told the story. I'm not going to tell it again about how I got kicked out of a group back in 2003 because of perceived voting. That wasn't even necessarily true, but so there have always been some people like that. But you know what? If you're not good for a table, you're not good for a table. But you actually are leading me into your follow-up question. You're handing me your follow-up question, which I think is awesome here. And then we'll get these other guys in. So how do you ensure that new players understand the difference between in-character banter and out-of-character banter?
We just, yeah.
So you got a character who might hate you, but you're friends in real life, or you're not sure, you don't like this guy in real life, or vice versa, and now his character's asking a little frisky, and I've seen this happen where they take that crap from the game into the real world.
Yeah, that's something we used to struggle with when we were younger, not so much now. But to be fair, we don't have a lot of what I would call PvP or really strong butting of heads of characters. I have to admit, there's been times because of my past with dealing with all that chaos and groups splitting apart and people fighting and arguing, that I'm hesitant to have a whole lot of that in my game. I don't enjoy running games where the players are at loggerheads. It seems like every time you turn around. I think it's good to talk about those issues. I don't think it's a bad idea if players are like, hey, you and our characters probably won't get along. Let's not get our feelings hurt if we say something during the game. I think that's how I would suggest it if it's going to be a real contentious situation. So like I said, yeah.
You guys have any questions for Randy?
I just have one. It's the one. It's on everyone's mind, Randy.
Okay.
How do we get an invite to this cabin con? It sounds amazing.
Dude, I tell you what, dude, I'd invite you in a minute. I'd invite any of these guys here. Right now, we are packed full. We're trying a new place, but I'll keep you posted, brother. You and I need to play together. Maybe you will get one. Cabin Con is a ball.
That sounds fantastic.
Mr.
I think
TM.
I wish more men would do stuff like that.
Correct.
Have these kind of getaway, time with the guys. I think it's important.
We've had multiple schisms in this large group for different reasons, some political, some based on the fact that we said no women. There was a few guys that got their feelings hurt. And I said, look, it's nothing personal. This is a guy's retreat.
Yep.
And that's what it's about. And we get to, and you know what it is. You get to be yourself when it's, fully just, there's not knocking women. Just when you get a bunch of guys, they interact a certain way. And so, yeah, that's been a point, and it's become a thing. I mean, 19 years coming up. It's been a heck of a ride. I've loved it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yep.
All right. Then the final follow-up question of the night. For all of you, if I can find it here, does your vetting process change if you suspect the candidate has never experienced certain aspects of the hobby? Whether it's a new player or somebody who's only played in one style of game.
Sure.
Maybe it's somebody that's just I've only ever played beer and pretzels. This 4D stuff sounds freaking amazing, but I don't know what you're talking about. I've never done this role play, as you call it, before. What you get the idea. And this is for everybody, by the way. It can be whatever they haven't experienced. But yeah, since I guess I led that into Crispy. Crispy, you can go ahead and start.
Well, just really quick, I wouldn't say that the vetting process changes so much, but I love introducing new players to the hobby. So I'm very patient with people that are willing to give it an honest effort. So anyone who's really kind of like, yeah, I'm intrigued, or I want to give it a shot, then I'm going to try to do what I can to have that be a successful experience for them without compromising values, as we've discussed in this panel.
Okay. Ultra, Randy?
Go ahead, Ultra.
I would just say my vetting process wouldn't change. All that changes is how I'm going to approach that player and how I'm going to make sure that this is one of their best time at my table. Because if how I run this specific game that they haven't played yet, if I'm going to be their first impression of that, then I want to make sure it's a good one for me personally.
Yeah, I think for me, I've had a lot of players when we first played Savage Worlds. Oh goodness, over 10 years ago. I had to take some of my guys and say, look, even if we're running a fantasy game, you got to understand, you can't just fight your way out of everything. And when you take a wound, that's significant. It's not a hit point. And some of them I had to learn the hard way. Just one wound. I'm like, yeah, just one wound. I'll go on in. Why can't I hit anything? You got a wound. You got 2 now. Holy crap. I was shaking again. Now you're down with 3. What? You're shaking twice. Another, they don't understand how it can kind of a little death spiral, but Savage Worlds it's super fun. You get some really good characters, but you know what? When it goes bad, sometimes it goes really bad.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, sometimes you have to prepare them for that. And then sometimes it doesn't work. I mean, they can't enjoy it. But yeah, I try to prepare them. This is different than what you've done before. At least mechanically. That's the way I handle those mechanically.
Okay. All right. Anything left on the table, guys, that you want to bring up? Or I think it was a good discussion. I think anything that wasn't directly said, people can read through the line. But any final comments that you guys have?
Thank you for having me on. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks a lot. And Chris, we got to get together. I want to try your game.
Absolutely, sir.
Yep.
It was great to see Randy again. It was nice to get to know you, Crispy.
Yes, thanks, Ultra. It was good to be on.
Thanks, Max. It was very fun. I enjoyed this.
All right, let's go through a couple things here. The show's not quite over yet. I want to remind folks again, I think I'll say it in a moment anyway, but I'll just say it. There is a theme song, or an outro really, that is going to play. The stream is not over. We have a very different segment 5 today. We're going to get Victor Gorchev in here to talk about his Blacklight book and Kickstarter, and hopefully promote it for you guys. And I can't talk, so words are coming badly to me again. But so it's going to be a little bit more structured segment 5, but we still have a giveaway to do as well. So please hang out even after the outro plays. But before we get to that, let's what are we doing on Sunday? I'm going to be continuing on with Rule Cyclopedia, talking about missile and magic combat, hand-to-hand unarmed combat, and other types of combat, naval, aerial, and so forth. Heathen Dog is going to cover the Rifter number 16. He's got a combat question and answer section and teen heroes, which I begged him not to do, and he said, ha ha ha, I'm going to do it anyway. So we're going to be talking about teen superheroes in Heroes Unlimited as well from the Rifter number 16. Next Friday is another Game Master Insight, where we're going to be talking about Gritty versus Heroic. Gritty all the way. Gritty versus Heroic. We have 2 panelists signed up. Hunter will be here if we don't get a third one signed up. But if you're interested, because I'm always kind of looking for new blood to mix things up a little bit, go ahead and you can sign up for possibly for that panel. I kind of have to know you, whatever. But yeah, go ahead, and if you're interested, we can give you a try. Other than that, Hunter will be here next week, 2 weeks in a row. We'll see. But I mean, you're not a bad panelist, so that's good there. As you know, I sent him a message already. He knows, but this is what I talk about when I say that sometimes people get bumped for reasons or for things. I want a diverse panel. I want to have more people on to talk about stuff. And if you think you got the chops, let's do it. And he's on a bunch of other ones coming up anyway. So either you see him next week or you won't. Who else is going to be on that one? On that one is also going to be Lord Mattias and Mr. Max Boivin. So there we go.
Good. That'll be a good show.
Yeah. Now let's read some chats before we go on here. Oh my God. I know there's at least 1 or 2 super chats. Let's start up here. So, let's start up here. So Walter MC, I think I mentioned this, but in case I forgot, I've got to stop forgetting that it's Friday. Yes, you do, sir. Yes, you do. Now you're going to have to wait. Oh no, you're a member. You can watch this video whenever I make it members only, probably tomorrow. And Bear is a member for 15 months. Thank you very much, Bear. We got to talk about your Codex Albana game tomorrow. Law Dog, people should treat games like intramural sports and commit to showing up. So, said somebody on this very stream. I think a couple of us said that, basically. Crafty said it, and he said it came from Alexander McCree. So I just like it because it's a succinct way of saying exactly, you have a responsibility as a player. All right, Squire Waldo, have a good one. Law Dog for $5 says, it's that old adage from ancient times. I'm okay with tattoos on your face until you start trying to tattoo my face. I think we read that one already, but in case we didn't, I forget. Yeah, I'm not okay with tattoos on people's faces. I'm really not. And somebody mentioned before that cops have them. Yeah, I actually told the cop to step away from me because I thought he's a gang member. I look, if you want to have something on your arm or on your chest or something, like, your daughter died or something, I completely get that. But when you start sleeving yourself up, I hate the fact that the Air Force allows it now.
Wow.
I say get all those airmen and NCOs that if I can see it in uniform, no, I shouldn't. Well, it's real simply, I should not be able to see it in uniform. If you can hide it, you're great, but I wouldn't hire you. If I can see it here, up here, whatever, I will not hire you. So, but I will also reiterate, I believe in freedom. I die for your right to do it, but I also will mock you for it and say no, and you should be ostracized. Nerds, by the way, you guys can jump in on this stuff as well. You don't have to. I'm just saying you can. A Nerd said, blue hair 5e player versus unshowered neckbeard OSR player. I couldn't have said it better. That is so true. Man, Gen Con, last time I went to Gen Con, I damn near vomited on a guy. He smelled so bad.
Oh, my.
Even with everything that I went through, I think I would still pick the blue-haired 5e over a stinky OSR player.
As long as the blue hair 5e player isn't proselytizing the nonsense that we were talking about earlier, I agree with you.
Exactly.
So, Law Dog for $4.99. I only game with players who will affirm that Christ is Lord and God. It usually weeds out the weirdos. I can see that. Look, if I'm at a table, like I said I was Lutheran earlier. I was raised Lutheran. I don't even consider myself Christian right now. Maybe it's just because I'm too puritanical about like the one or two things that I quibble with. I definitely believe in Christian ideals. But if I was sitting at a table and somebody's like, hey, before we play our game, we pray, I would respectfully bow my head. You know?
Wouldn't bother me.
Yeah. Bob Beckner says the safety tools thing has risen proportionally with playing with randos on the internet. You need that stuff less when you actually know the people in front of you. I think you were saying that, Crispy, right?
I think well, that's my impression. I don't know if it's right or not. But that's my
I
impression.
never used safety tools for any of my online games because I'm always
either,
up front
but
with what's in my game. So
yeah, I don't either.
Maybe it's people's experience. I think it's something to it. I think there is something to that.
I know I'm going to get a lot of hate on this video for my tattoo comment, but I don't care. I just don't care. You know, I feel the same way about people that pierce every part of their body too.
Yeah.
You're showing off your bad decisions. It's like, look at me. I made bad decisions. And now I'm going to let you know it as well. And I'm going to let you know you made bad decisions in life. Yeah. Law Dog, I think I already read this, but we'll do it again. It was $20. Etiquette and manners are ways to signal to other people that you respect them and recognize their value as a fellow human. Agree with that completely. Again, I stress, even if you are not religious, check out Dr. Jordan B. Cooper's video. He's a redheaded ginger. He's a ginger. He has no soul, so he can't go to heaven anyway.
Come on now.
But he's a Lutheran professor, I think. But he's got this great video on etiquette that just makes so much sense, whether you're atheist, agnostic, Christian, Orthodox, Catholic, whatever. It's a really great one. JME says, I find a lot of younger players want the game to be their safe space because they crave a fantasy release from an awful real life. I prefer players with a healthy real life. Now, before these guys jump in, I don't talk a lot about my past, and I do that intentionally because, you know what, it happened a long, long time ago. But I can tell you that every single person at our table, one way, shape, or form, had a very difficult childhood. I came from a poor area. I don't know how to explain it because I don't want to really get into my past and get all those details. But just say family lives weren't all the greatest in the world. Lots of issues going on there. We played these games to escape that stuff. Escapism, not representation, okay? I didn't want to be a poor person in the game. But with that said, we never tried to make it a safe space. If anything, we bullied each other more than we let other... One guy who was in our friend group, we had him going down Minnesota 95, going 30 miles an hour in a 55, 60, whatever it was, so we kept throwing M80s at him. This is back in the when did I get my license? 87, something like that. So this is, somewhere around 88, 89, 90. But you get the idea. Like we didn't coddle each other. Oh, it's okay, Billy. We found you had a weakness. Same with me. Found I had a weakness. We exploited it. I was just, that which did not kill you made you stronger.
Right.
This whole thing that you got to cater to it. No, if you got a peanut allergy, that's on you. If it's going to kill you, don't be around peanuts. Well, don't bring peanuts. Screw you. I like peanuts. I'm going to eat them. I like peanut butter. Oh, kids can't have peanut butter in school anymore. The fuck can't. Sorry, not supposed to screw. I'm gonna make the biggest peanut butter and jelly sandwich that I can, and I dare you to tell me I can't. My kid can't eat it. You're the kid's the one with the problem, not mine. That kind of nonsense. So. So I think that it's just like the script has been flipped is what I'm trying to say here. It's really weird how back in the day we'd protect each other from outsiders doing the nonsense, but within our own internal group we were just as vicious as anybody else, but we knew that we were friends. Now it's like, oh no, you can't do this. Oh, I need to be safe. I'm so depressed. Well, guess what? One guy in my group did self-delete. I still haven't lost sleep over that. Yeah. So, you guys have anything you want to say about that? Comments on the screen? Mm-mm. To be fair, I didn't like that guy anyway, but.
Oh God.
Oh my. Wow, Max.
What's
Tell us
up?
how you really feel.
I didn't.
Okay.
He was in my BattleTech. He was in my BattleTech group.
I say that jokingly, of course.
I mean, yeah.
And yeah, as we get older, Shadow and Sun, it's just going to happen more and more, and that sucks. But I actually, you know what's different now is we aren't all just misfit kids now. My circle of friends, whether we'll say the outer ring, which is like my internet friends, or my inner ring, which is people I know in real life, I actually consider them friends, not just the people I associate with because we share a hobby, or they're the only people who won't beat the crap out of me, and vice versa. Only people won't beat the crap out of them. And GM Marcus, you're going to regret this, but thank you for becoming a member. You now have access to a whole slew of videos you never wanted to watch. We got like over 4,000 or 5,000 videos, for members. A lot of the old rants are there. If you think the rant today was fun, it gets worse. No, but a lot of videos, a lot of things to check out from the past if you want to see old comic book reviews and so forth. Wow. And Law Dog for $5 says Max's casual dismissal of the self-delete guy is a window into what type of GM he is. Look, there's a lot of things that were going on in life back then. That was 1988. Like, am I supposed to hold on to the pain forever? I respect my friends that had pain over that. I didn't like bust his balls. I didn't be like, anything stupid like that. I probably would have had my ass beat to the point of wishing I was dead if I'd done something like that. I'm just saying that he and I didn't get along. He was in our circle. I thought he was an arrogant prick. Didn't want him to die in any way, shape, or form. But, I don't hold him in some special high regard. Like, I can't say something bad about, like, he was 15 years old. But the bigger point that people should have got out of that is a lot of us had some pretty crappy home lives, but we didn't try to make everybody else coddle us for it. I mean, one of the girls in our group went to prison. Like, what do you want?
I'm like, what'd she do? You don't have to answer that, but that's my thought.
I honestly don't remember. I don't remember. So, yeah, exactly, Bob. Everybody has problems. Some are just easier to see. There you go. So, okay, we're going to leave it at that. I don't care about the hate that you want to give me for the comments I said on that nonsense. I really don't. Like you're not going to bother me over that. So, if you want to write those hateful messages, because I usually do get them after I say something like that, just being honest with folks and, no, not like on Cinemax, you weirdo. Girl prison like on Cinemax. No. All right, let's end the stream so we can get Victor in here and talk about his game. So let's get this up here. I am going to do my final thoughts. My final thoughts today are pretty quick. Final comments. Final thoughts is probably copywritten or something. There you go. So thank you very much to tonight's panel. Really appreciate Ultra, Crispy, and Randy from the former Biggest Geekest being here. And whether you agree or disagree with any panelists, myself included, I sincerely hope their perspectives both entertained and educated you and gave you some food for thought for your future gaming sessions. If you enjoy this discussion, please like this video, subscribe to Legion of Myth and to all the panelists whose links you can find in the description. Now, for my final comments, I don't have a lot. And it isn't just because I was watching the hockey game. It's because these guys knocked out of the park so much that there really wasn't too much for me to counter. I feel like that was not this episode. That wasn't this episode. Here we go. Crispy said quality over quantity. I agree with that. A lot of people are like, dude, just play games. Just play games. No, I have to have a quality game. I can only play a game that I'm actually going to have fun in. Now, your model of a fun game is going to be different than mine. Shadow and Sun's a perfect example. His model of a fun game is playing with friends. Doesn't matter what the game is, as long as you're hanging out with your friends, have a good time. My model is like almost diametrically opposite of that. I would rather play a game I enjoy in a style I enjoy with people I don't know than play a game I don't like doing a style of game I don't like with my friends. That's just, to me, the game itself, just like I said before, I wouldn't play tennis with somebody who's always hitting home runs, unless the person's new, but I mean, I'm talking like intentionally doing it and thinking that it's funny. I just wouldn't do that. Or somebody who's playing basketball and just wants to tackle you all the time. Well, I don't know what the rules are. No, like that isn't fun. And respect the game, respect the table. Not every table is for everyone. That is for sure. I brought that up. I brought that up. I'm going to bring this up again, though. I think there's a fine balance between the game master being another player and being responsible for fun. I think both are partially true and both are partially wrong. You know, as the game master, you do have to bring something to the table. And this doesn't matter if you're a zero prep guy or if you're a full-on prep, you know, you've got your own world. What you need to bring to the table, though, is the ability. You don't give them the fun, but you give the players the ability to have the fun. It's up to them to actually enjoy it or not. But ultimately, you're not responsible for the player's fun. Yeah, it's just that simple. Somebody talked earlier about limited imagination. I think Connell said that. There are actually people out there who literally don't have imaginations. It blows my mind. Or an internal monologue. Dude, I have more conversations with myself that if I have any more, I'm going to be in a psych ward somewhere. Like I'm always rambling through, like if I've got to give a speech or something like that, like this, what am I going to say there? How's this? You know, I'm always talking to myself in some degree. So like when somebody like Crispy were running a game in that 4D concept and I've got to, you know, visualize it, I'm there, I'm visualizing it. Like, I couldn't imagine if somebody's like, well, you know, dragons are real. My grandma was like that. My grandma would be like, oh, they're dragons. Psst, dragons aren't real. Why would you do something so silly? Because it's fun, Grandma. How can that be fun? It's not real. Like, that's the point, you know? So, you know, I get it. Some people are just like that. And, you know, to be fair, what is it you guys said before? Because I liked it. Because I say the hobby is not for everyone, but can be for everyone. But I think somebody out there said, it's not for everyone, but can be for anyone, something like that. You know, I'll figure that out later. But I thought that was a good way of saying it. Not everybody should be a gamer nerd. Sorry. Ask that. By the way, every time someone says the word Benny's, God's kills a kitten. God, I hate that term so much. I mean, it's okay. You don't have to be 3 years old. You can say benefits. It's okay. Talking to you, Savage World. Yeah, you, Pinnacle. Even you, Sean from Palladium. Used to write for Pinnacle. Is there okay, we talked about that. Nerds have always been misfits. Yeah, did that. All right. Well, and the last thing I want to say is for everybody out there, for the panelists and for the folks who are watching, thank you for putting up with the hockey game. You know, some people out there are like, oh, look at sports balls playing. Shut up, guys. Just because you can't run doesn't mean the rest of us can't. But thanks for putting up with it. That isn't normal. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, I normally wouldn't have streamed today anyway. And it was just that double whammy that my hometown was playing. I'm actually watching who my team might be playing tomorrow right now. But I don't have to focus on that as much. But thank you for your patience. Thank you for putting up with that, both chat and the panelists on that. And with that, we are done for today. We're going to head into segment 5. I'll send some links out. And Randy, please hold on just one moment. And Ultra and Crispy, you as well. I'm trying to find my outro here. There it is. And with that, I hope each and every one of you has a wonderful week.